with the state of Colorado is to have a historic preservation ordinance that features several requirements that our current ordinance does not address. So being a CLG, a certified local government, it opens up a number of benefits to local governments, such as the availability of state income tax credits for preservation projects for designated landmarks. And there's actually a piece of legislation going through the Colorado Congress right now to increase that amount. I believe it's from 20% to 30% of your costs back as tax credit. So that's a dollar for dollar tax credit, not a deduction, so it's a really good incentive. And in addition to that, you get, of course, connection to the network of CLGs across the state, as well as some of the expert advice from our State Historic Preservation Office employees. So it's a really powerful designation to have, the certified local government status. So the draft that you have in your packet today, it's based on a model ordinance that's provided by the State Historic Preservation Office. They provided 3 different versions of this model ordinance. What you have is what they call the basic one, modified somewhat based on conversations we've had in the HPC. Essentially, this is the version that takes the middle road between having a very weak preservation ethic in your municipality and a very sort of powerful kind of more enforcement sort of approach to preservation. So this is the middle ground that we're presenting today. And one of the major changes that you'll see between the existing ordinance, which I believe is also in your workshop packet, and the draft, is that it allows the HPC, or it makes the HPC responsible, I should say, for reviewing alterations to the exterior of designated Lions landmark properties. And they would do that through like a design review process, essentially. And they would issue what are called certificates of appropriateness, which would be like a prerequisite to them getting a building permit. They would evaluate changes based on the Secretary of the Interior standards for most likely rehabilitation, because that's just generally what these types of projects fall into. Those are standards that are produced by the Secretary of the Interior's office and the National Park Service for the purposes of historic preservation, and they're used all across the country. I just also wanted to note that any changes that would be made to the historic preservation ordinance itself would probably affect Chapter 2 as well, which is where the boards and commissions are established. It like lists the responsibilities and priorities and so forth of the different commissions. So we would probably just want to make sure that those things are aligned with each other if this ordinance update were to be adopted. Let me think if there's anything else that I should highlight. Oh, kind of nicely, this ordinance update would not really affect anybody, directly at least, because we don't have any locally designated historic properties at this point. So that caveat I was talking about, or about the certificates of appropriateness and so forth, no one would be subject to that off the bat. We'd have to have some like people get on the local register first. And then after going through their designation hearing and so forth, they would be subject to those oversights, but also the benefits that come with historic preservation as well. I guess there is one group of people who would be affected in a small way, and that is we have currently a National Register Historic District in town, the Lion Sandstone Buildings Historic District. There are 15 properties on it. The ordinance draft that you have has a section, let me see, Section 8 addresses this. So the way that different levels of designation work for historic preservation, local designations are the level at which any sort of oversight happens, pretty much. For the state and national register properties, which are the only ones that we have in town right now, generally historic preservation commissions provide an advisory role. So the HPC would see the plans for any proposed changes to these buildings, and they would say, that would affect your designation if you did this. And then the property owner hears that and then decides for themselves, well, this is in my best interest to pursue anyway, I'm going to do it. And then, or not, or they say, I hear that, I don't want to affect the historic character of my building, I'll change my plans. But essentially the HPC has a duty to tell the state historic preservation office about any changes that would make a property on the National Register or state register no longer eligible for their designation. And then they would formally rescind it, essentially. But as I said, it doesn't preclude a property owner from doing anything with their property if it's designated at a state or national level. Whew, that was a lot of information. Does anyone have any questions about what I just said? Or would it be helpful if we heard from any of our commissioners who are here? Or I see Trustee Rogan has her hand up.
Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Yanni. That was great. I just want to add a couple of things. I'm really proud of the work that the Historic Preservation Commission has done with this ordinance. And thanks especially to Yanni. We all know how important historic preservation is, just to our hearts and minds, but also it's really important, I think, to tourism, to maintain our sense of place. I just wanted to add that what you're looking at has been reviewed by Attorney Dittman. So he's taken, right? Yeah, that's right, Yanni, yeah?
That's correct. I'll confirm that. So
okay.
Yeah, I will say as an initial draft, I mean, I've reviewed it. As Yanni mentioned, there will need to be some changes to Article 2 of the code to add in Historical Preservation Commission as a board and commission under the new format if this ordinance goes forward. But I have looked at the ordinance as an initial draft and have no major concerns. I did represent the Littleton Historic Preservation Commission for quite some time, so I'm somewhat familiar with how these things work. So, but that's correct.
Great, thank you. So I think we struck a really good balance here between historic preservation and giving people the freedom to do ultimately what they choose to do with the properties that they own. And, it's kind of a carrot model, right? So, we think that the benefits of the program will be so great that people will really want to do this. And that having been said, we also understand that it's going to take a lot of education because essentially it's an opt-in program. So I would imagine that, there would be an effort to go and speak to the owners of these properties and explain to them what the benefits are and what the responsibilities are. And, hopefully they opt in. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? I found it interesting that, and we discussed this afternoon at the agenda meeting, that a building built in the late 60s and early 70s could be 1970s could be designated as a historical site. Could you please explain that to me, Yanni? Does that mean, for instance, that you could that one could designate, let's say an Art Deco building that was built in the 30s, or a 1950s style building? Could you please explain that to us?
Sure. So there's general guidance from the National Park Service that it's called the 50-year rule, but it's more of a guideline. Some communities allow properties to be designated that are much younger than 50 years. At the national level, they're called criteria considerations. So if a building was especially important for some contribution or association with something in history, but it happened like, let's say 30 years ago, if it was that important, this place was that important, they would apply that criteria consideration and designate it. So yes, young buildings can be designated as historic buildings. And Mayor, you're totally right. Like if we apply the 50-year rule, it's 2020. So buildings up to 1971 could apply for landmark status with the town of Lyons. However, and it's explained in, let's see, what section of your draft ordinance. In section 4, the designation process. In order for a building to be eligible for designation, or a property, I should say, it has to have both significance and integrity. So the significance means it has to be important under one of those 5 criteria that are listed in the ordinance. So that's things like association with important events in history or patterns, association with an important person in our Lyons history, being a great example of a certain style of architecture or even like a building technique. The potential to yield information that's usually related to archaeology, or geographic importance, like something that's just like a landmark essentially in town, like it's a marker in town for us. So that's the significance part. So it has to check that box, but it also has to have integrity. It has to be physically able to convey that significance through its retention of things like historic materials or sufficient representation of the craftsmanship of the time it was built, or something as simple as it hasn't been moved. So it has to be able to meet both of those 2 things in order to be considered eligible. So not every 1960s building, diner, whatever, is going to be eligible, but they could still apply.
Even with shag carpet?
Even with shag. We don't look at the interiors.
I think Mayor Angelo is just showing his age when he's commenting on buildings at 50 years old being historical. We need to face up to the fact, Nick, we're not getting any younger. Hey,
Yes.
Yanni, I have a question on the designation procedure. I know this is only in draft form and I'm reading through it. So as I see it, there are 4 ways that a property can be nominated. But unless the owner himself nominates it, the owner himself needs to consent to that before moving forward.
So that's correct. That is something that we added in as the HPC because we thought it was important that the property owner, the current property owner, give their permission, essentially, because theoretically anybody in the community could nominate a property they think is important for designation. But in the case of the draft ordinance, if the property owner doesn't consent to that nomination, it can't move forward.
Okay.
There are communities out there who have, they're called non-consensual designation procedures, where somebody or a group of people sometimes in the community can nominate a property for designation against the will of the property owner. So that is something that has precedence in other communities, but the commission, the Historic Preservation Commission here decided to keep the property owner consent.
That's wonderful, because I think we all remember the case which got way too much press in Boulder about the people who tore down the shed up around Mapleton and the Historic Commission made them rebuild the shed. So this seems like a very good compromise. The only other question I have here is on section 4, the designation procedure, the last item F talks about, I assume, a historic district nomination that has to be approved by 25%, shall not be completed if more than 25% of the property owners within the proposed district oppose the nomination, or through a ballot prepared and administered by the town. So does that suggest that we would have a ballot election if we were to designate, let's say, a certain portion of the town as a historic district? They would have to go to an election of the residents?
So I think only if they didn't meet that first criteria, which is the number of people electing to be in the district.
Or in this case, electing not to be
Right.
in the historic district. So let's pretend that somebody nominated the downtown area to be a historic district. If a quarter of the property owners of the downtown area said no, because as part of our a public outreach process for that and so forth, it wouldn't be able to go through, as Attorney Dittman said, unless it was approved through a ballot.
So where would the impetus for that ballot come from? Let's say that was the case and 25% or more of the property owners objected. Who then initiates the ballot question?
So there's two ways. One, the board always has the option to put something on the ballot. But two, and probably the more likely scenario, is that a citizen initiative would put it on the ballot.
Okay.
And step back for a second to non-consensual designations. I do have experience with that. In Littleton, we did a procedure by which we could designate properties that did not wish to be designated historic. And interestingly enough, and it's kind of funny, is the reason why I say it, is the one that we actually used it on was the post office. And it wasn't so much that the post office didn't want to be a historic structure. It was that they couldn't find anybody in U.S. Postal Service that would agree to put their name on as, consenting to historic status. And so the post office basically allowed us to use those procedures because they couldn't find someone to sign, the right form. So I do have some limited experience with, the other way, which is the non-consensual usage of historic designation.
Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I was glad to hear that the non-consensual designation would not be allowed, because I've seen experiences with that in other places as well, and it can get very, very contentious. But I wanted to ask about the specific language in the ordinance that said that. There's a provision in 4.1D that says you can't do an involuntary designation if the owner's consent is required for the application to be complete. Is that what makes it consensual? Or is there, did I miss another statement in here that says, basically you can't designate something as historic without the owner's consent?
I'm trying to locate the part we added in. Mayor Pro Tem Browning, give me
I read it, but I didn't ever see anything that actually said that, other than this section that says if somebody tries to designate a home and the owner doesn't consent, then the application isn't complete. And that seemed kind of
Right.
like a roundabout way to do it. Why not just say, if the owner objects, it won't be designated?
So it's essentially like if the application is complete, it doesn't even make it to the Historic Preservation Commission to hear.
Yeah.
So like if we received an application for a landmark designation or if I as staff, I should say, received the application from somebody in the community other than the owner, and I could not get the property owner's consent, it wouldn't even move forward
Okay.
because the application would not be complete.
This is just my suggestion. I think it would be a little bit clearer in that section if it said the consent is required for the application to be determined complete. And an incomplete application shall not be processed or something like that.
Okay, I think that does add
Seemed like
clarity.
kind of a roundabout way to say it, but and I agree that that's the way it should be done because I've seen real problems with some non-consensual designations. They tend to lead to lawsuits and that type of thing, and we don't want that. Let's see. Could you provide an example of a town or city in Colorado that has what's considered an extremely strong ordinance that, you know, has involuntary designations? Is Boulder the place to look for one that's really strict?
That's a really good example. They have a very strong historic preservation ordinance there and ethic as a city. Another strong preservation community is the city of Fort Collins. They allow non-consensual designations. And in fact, if a property is more than 50 years old, so if they meet that 50-year rule, and a proposed commercial development would impact it, they have to do something to mitigate the impact to the old building. So not even a designated building.
That's interesting. You would think Larimer County would be the home of individual property rights, but you never know.
You never know.
And the other thing is just something I'll throw out there, and I don't know if you've seen it in other ordinances or not, but the way this reads, once a property is designated, it can only be undesignated, if that's the right word, if there have been alterations to it that basically change its historical status. I guess I got two questions on that. One is, if it's been designated as historic, the only way I could see that you would do alterations that weren't approved would be to do it illegally without consent, and that shouldn't allow you to get out just by they're not this on this historic property. If I just, you know, take down the facade overnight, then I can get out of it. You know, that shouldn't happen. But I also wonder if there should be some opening there for like a hardship exemption, that a prior owner got their property designated and they sold it, and then a subsequent owner tries to sell it, can't sell it because buyers are scared off or something like that. You know, I don't know. That's just a thought that there ought to be some way to undesignate it. But I don't know if you've seen that in other ordinances or not.
So I will let you know that is literally the situation that I was coming from Loveland Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay.
So there is a historic district that is trying to delist from the local register or rescind the designation, however you would like to what language you'd like to use. And our ordinance in Loveland essentially says what it says in this draft. Like, if the property is no longer able to convey its significance or it's lost enough integrity, you're essentially just judging if the property is eligible again when you're doing this hearing for the delisting of the property. And they were trying to make the argument that their economic hardship justified the delisting. As written, the ordinance did not allow that. That's not a factor that we should be considering. So I recommended not allowing that, and perhaps allowing the movement of some of the structures or something, to a compromise solution. But the reason why these designation procedures are written this way for the delisting is because the listing of a property with historic designation is done through ordinance, and it runs with the property. And it's essentially somebody, and the town as well, making the decision to protect the property from future happenings because it's important to the town. So it's important that it's difficult to remove a historic designation, essentially, because if it was easy, then the designation wouldn't mean anything. essentially. But your point about economic hardship is addressed in some of the exemptions for alterations or demolitions even, or movement of properties. So there is an economic hardship exemption addressed in those sections of the ordinance. If somebody were going to want to make some alteration, then they could gather data to show that they're in an economic hardship, for example.
What about, natural disasters? Tornadoes are more likely here, floods or fires. A historic property gets damaged by a flood or a fire, and rebuilding it to its historic structure would just be prohibitively expensive. And I guess that would get you into the alterations because of economic hardship.
Right. And I think there's also a section in this ordinance, I'm scrolling down to it, specifically about natural disasters and emergencies that say, like, it's something to the effect of, this ordinance should not make you think that you're not allowed to make your structure safe in the event of emergency,
Yeah.
essentially.
I mean, I was just thinking about all the old houses in the confluence after the flood. If they'd been designated historic, to try to put them back exactly as they were before the flood would have been really expensive in some cases. So, I don't know. That's the only other thought. My only other comment here is we ought to give some consideration, and I'll relook at the alteration provisions that in the event of natural disaster, we might be able to, that could be an exception to having to bring it back to historical standards.
Yeah, I think the unsafe and dangerous conditions section may help out too. If it's in the confluence and it poses a flood risk, that you'll be able to correct that and be exempted under the unsafe and dangerous conditions exempted section.
Okay.
And there is under the exemption categories as well. If you're on page 11, for example, 0.92B is about undue hardship, and it considers exceptional safety situations as well.
Okay.
Additional comments? Trustee Curvis.
A little bit to what we were just talking about. We've just enacted, I can't remember part of the code, and we've done it, previous board's done it, and it's the 50% on whether it's, I think, on properties that have garages over the old lot lines, because everything we were making some adjustments. We're kind of using the 50% of cost of the building or loss of the building to bring it up to code, not do it. I would suggest we try to keep a consistency in that. Don't have to, but that's what we've been doing as a board, as the last two boards, we've been kind of doing that 50% loss of value of the property, or 50% of the building was destroyed in fire or what have you.
Substantial damage or substantial
Correct.
improvement.
Yeah, thank you. I would like, if the possibility is there to rebuild a building as close as possible, I'd like this commission that we put together to meet with an individual and determine and help them and work with them and whoever their builder or architect might be. Say, yeah, we can do this, we can not do this. Some things are feasible, some things aren't feasible. Because you talk about on the side of archaeology, I look at more, I studied a lot of it in school way back in the day, in prehistory, and I could really care less. Doesn't turn me on as much as more the modern history. And a perfect example would be the Sea of Detroit. As that city began to fail in the late 60s and the 70s, entire neighborhoods of those old homes that were built in 1915, 1920, 1930, 1940, have all been torn down because they just had to. It was crime ridden, it was boarded up, there were hazards. The amount of craftsmanship, woodwork, glasswork, stonework is gone, and it's gone forever. Is it the same kind of work we have here? No. That's why it's kind of nice to try to preserve what we have here, because it is different. So as people travel across the country, we have something. So I would like to see if a tornado, if a fire happens and it's structurally sound, interior is bad, I would still like to see some minor oversight from this commission to say, hey, we can still keep this looking nice, but I do agree with what Mark brought up. That it's something we probably should look at, but economic hardship on a building, doesn't matter if it's historic or not. The cost of maintaining a building today, right now, a 2x4 that was $1.50, $1.50 a year ago is now $7. Half-inch, 3/4-inch OSB that was, $12, $15, and a 4x8 sheet is now $40. It's to maintain a building, whether it's my house at 20 years old or something at 50 years old, the cost is the cost. And unfortunately, that's just the way our country's gone, the way things are. So I don't know. I'd like to see that if that standard's looked at, it still be looked at pretty hard by this commission. That cost of a building is a cost of a building. Roofing's roofing, flashing's flashing. The hardest thing to find is masons that know how to work with old techniques. That is very hard. Some types of woodwork is extremely hard. CNC machines have come into play now that have taken up and have replaced the old craftsmen, so that is helping. But I just like to take a hard look at that before we make too many exemptions for people and too many ways out. Under section 3, I have a note that I think section 3 is on page 7. Talk about establishment by the town historic register. I'd like to nominate Greg Lowe and Mark Browning because they fit A and D with a little bit of E, just so you all know. Do we want to go through section by section? Because I got little tidbits or questions here and there about stuff. Do we want to do that now or just still kind of touch on the surface as we're doing it now, Mr.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. This is probably a question for Brandon. And Yanni too, because the Colorado allows in your report up to 35% tax benefits for both commercial and residential. Is that correct? Are we allowed to change that locally if we want? No.
No, it's a state program, the state income tax credits, but we could, as described in the last section, I think, of the draft ordinance, establish our own local incentives if we so chose. For example,
well, I was going the opposite way on residential.
Oh, okay.
Our commercial properties get hit pretty hard on our rate structures of our utilities, then of course on states assessments. And residents here in Lyons are a little bit different than other communities. In order to, it's an unfortunate thing. It is hurting people, but in order to live here, it costs a lot. So giving a class of people that can really afford to live here and others can't, even more tax credits, I just kind of had a slight problem with. So that's why I was looking to lower or remove it on residents. Okay, so you answer the question there. Let's see. And you indicated we don't have any buildings in Lyons, you said, correct, that are on the state or national historic registers?
No, we do have a number of buildings on the state and or national register. They often overlap just because that's how the state does things, including primarily our Sandstone Buildings Historic District, which includes buildings like the Old Fork Building, for example, or like our the Depot Building is designated as well, I believe individually. We don't have any properties on the local register yet. So we've had a local register theoretically since the Historic Preservation Commission was established, however many years ago it was, but there have been no designations at the local level.
Okay. And there's a question probably for Holly, most likely, and maybe Ms. Click that's on this call. Set up another commission, as we know, we have hard time getting people to join different commissions here, there, everywhere. Do you see a problem in that? I'd love to see at least a minimum of 7 on this commission for just overview of everything, just get that much input. That's more of a concern. I just have a concern just with other commissions are sitting almost empty or with 1 or 2 vacancies. So just hopefully we're not overburdening our community with that. So do you think we can fulfill this with community members in our in our district?
I hope so. And Yanni, correct me if I'm wrong, but the commission requires a specific makeup of skills. And so we would have to do some active recruiting. But I think it's important to try.
Oh, I do
You know.
too.
Yeah.
I just know after the flood, we just have some burnout with people, but a lot of people are moving in, and we've had some changeovers. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah. It's going to be the most fun commission in existence, is the thing. And it doesn't have to meet very often. You know, I think it's every other month, maybe. Is that right,
Okay.
Yanni?
I think right now it's 4 times a year is the minimum for CLGs. I think it might be increased to 6 times a year. So yeah, every other month if we become a CLG and we hold ourselves to those standards.
And it could be more if you have a bunch of requests for certificates of appropriateness, you know. So just speaking from experience in Littleton, I mean, the Historic Preservation Commission was probably the 3rd most powerful commission in Littleton. And so it was a very popular commission to be on, and because people wanted to use it as a stepping stone to something bigger and better. Because the certificates of appropriateness, as especially commercial facilities come in, you know, are worth their weight in gold. So it was a very popular commission in Littleton. I know that.
I might make the suggestion that the first thing you do is draft Mrs. Laverne Johnson. I don't think there's anybody in town who has a more innate knowledge of the history of this town. So
I tried. She said she declined because she's involved, of course, with the museum so deeply.
or maybe somebody from the museum in her stead. I know there's some knowledgeable people up there as well. So
We have Ms. Brianna Hoyt, who is a volunteer with the museum on the commission. So
excellent.
we're doing good. Doing our best anyway.
Very good.
Under section 4 on page 8, number 2, it talks about the notifications. I would just like to maybe find a way to add that when a hearing's coming up, that just it's automatically part of the administrator's report. I mean, geez, we only worked on electric meters since 2017, and they were all notified in the UEB meeting online. So to go out of our way and do a special, I just say, you know, let's just the administrator's report. It could just be a line on there. And kind of the same thing goes for our building permit process. How Kenyon's been harping on we need to make things easier and this or that. That just another box and make sure we have to check that is this when the permit comes in, is this property on the historic register or on our state or our town register? Yes, no. I mean, to trigger to make sure the commission gets notified and it doesn't get missed. Let's see. Those 2 are the main ones I believe I had. Under section 10, page 15, under maintenance. And the only reason I brought this up, it just happens to be what Mr. Browning's brought up for on our last meeting to be on our agenda. And we're dealing with it tonight at 401 2nd Avenue in the Festive Inn. Probably need to add something there that allows this commission and to give staff and administrator a little extra control. And I don't know if control is the right word, but authority. That if an owner, if I have one of these properties that's taking care of it, and I've just decided, or I pass away, leave it to my kids, and it's just falling apart, being dilapidated, I think we need to have something in there to strengthen the maintenance, give the staff a little in this commission a little room to do something.
Trustee Carver says sections 2 and 3 of 10 help with that, because section 2 says that you basically have to comply with not just this ordinance but also the entire code.
Yeah.
And then 3, I can file a complaint in municipal court to force somebody to repair, maintain, or restore.
Hang on, I lost my computer. My other computer went to sleep. Hang on a second here. I believe it does on my notes, if I can read my chicken scratch correctly. On number 1 on one of my notes was if we could add make sure exterior and interior structure in that second sentence. because it talks about no owner, leasing, occupant of any landmark property or contributing property within a landmark district shall fail to prevent significant deterioration of the exterior of the building. Interior buildings, certain buildings are just as important. And do other commissions across the state and towns have oversight of that? And what I'm getting at is, depending on where the building has, I don't know if anyone here has them, but a building, an Edwardian style building can have a coffered ceiling in it in the interior, and ripping that out, it really pretty much takes, just because you leave the facade the same, it really tears apart the inside, especially as we prefer to have our first floors on our main street be businesses for tax purposes. Is there any way we can add interior to that?
You could decide to do that if you want, but it would be very uncommon, I would say. Interiors are generally not regulated by local historic preservation ordinances. However, if, let's say, a property was on the National Register and they wanted to do something to their interior, interiors do matter for National Register properties. There are standards for the preservation and rehabilitation of interiors at that level. I did want to point out to you, though, that in that same section that you were talking about, it does provide for interior portions whose maintenance is necessary to prevent deterioration of the structure in general. So there is a little bit of a nod to that, but you're totally right. There are some really cool interior features, architectural features on some of these, especially Victorian buildings, which we have a lot of in town. It would be uncommon for us to regulate that, but if you wanted to, we could change language to make that regulation present in the ordinance.
Okay.
Trustee Carroll, I think the reason why that is because, you know, the exterior of the property has a very clear relationship to our police powers and our ability for regulating the aesthetics of the community. Whereas the interior of the buildings, there's less of a connection there, so it's more subject to legal challenge. And so that's why I think pretty much everybody that I'm aware of, at least, has not chosen to regulate the interior, except to the extent that it affects the exterior. Like I'm looking at the Littleton ordinance while we're working through this, and it does not regulate the interior, just like ours proposed one does not.
Okay.
I also want to add that if we begin to regulate interiors of buildings, it removes the ability for, let's say, especially commercial property owners to rehabilitate, to truly rehabilitate an old building, which means, like, let's say, this is probably not the best example, but let's say like the old white church in town was no longer a church and a commercial property owner bought it or whatever. Like they could choose to demolish that structure, or they could choose to do something on the inside that makes it usable as something else. So they can still invest in the property, maintain the character of the building for the sake of the community, to convey the history of that church in our community.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But the commission in the board of trustees can also waive it for that person, that developer, to come to us and ask and work with the commission on 100% rip out, 100% save, or somewhere in between, meeting in the mind. And the reason where I'm coming from is coming from the commercial construction side of things. I've crawled around enough attics and crawl spaces and above ceilings that were redone in the 60s and 70s, only to find above them original tin ceilings, original lighting that was just corned off, cut off, and it's still there. And there are a lot of people redeveloping that. The individual that's purchased the Eastern Corridor land that we're working with, does those kind of things. So I was just kind of, that's what I was looking at, was doing that. So we just basically, in order to get that and avoid Brandon's legal challenges, is just give the commission extreme harassment powers of people trying to do that and just peer pressure and embarrass them. Okay, I understand that. No, I'm just kidding. I think that's it of my notes at this time. Thank you.
I think something we did in Littleton too to encourage interior rehabilitations was we as part of our incentive packages we offered is we did grants, like the Historic Preservation Commission did yearly grants to people, and a lot of those were for interior. So we didn't, have the stick to stop people from doing interior, demos, but we create all sorts of incentives for people to do historic renovations of interiors.
Okay. Because as an example, I brought up the tin ceilings. I know whether it's a 3x5 or 2x2 or 2x4, some of the old ones are 2x3 sections. You can actually take your piece down, and there's several companies out east because of CNC machines that can actually re-stamp. And it's not, it's a little more expensive than, buying, brand new 2x2 tiles that you drop in a grid. So just there are ways to do soda blasting of those things, can really clean them up down to the actual original nails. Then you just repaint them and they're good to go. So it's, while I always complain about technology, sometimes there are things that is making it easy to restore some of these older buildings. So that's what I was trying to look at. Thank you. I think Ms. Click had her hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Lauren?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness on this. And they're all excellent questions. I'm really glad to hear all of the feedback too. I'm really looking forward to this. And it was along the lines of what Attorney Dittman was talking about. If we can use some of the state funding to support some of the interior, like those kind of interior grants, if those funds can go towards helping us keep the interiors original or renovated.
That's a good point, Commissioner Click. So when let's say you have a landmarked house and you wanted to do a rehabilitation project on your house, you're replacing the roof, and you also want to redo your floors and upgrade your HVAC system or something like that. You could apply for tax credits for that, but you'd have to follow the Secretary of the Interior standards for all of the work, not just the outside work. So they would cover refinishing your original hardwood floors, for example, but they wouldn't cover putting new carpet over it or whatever, like ripping out, putting carpet or something like that. So that was a really good point. Thanks, Commissioner Click.
And in regard to some of the questions that were brought up earlier and damage to the buildings, are there additional grants available in situations like that for people?
I think there actually are. I don't quote me on this, but I want to say there are state historical fund grants for that, which are available for people through, we'd have to subgrant essentially. Like the town is eligible to apply as a local government. I think nonprofits are also allowed to apply. I'm not an expert in this program, but I believe they have funds for specifically emergency situations.
Thank you. Trustee Rogan?
Thank you. First of all, Trustee Caravas, you're so knowledgeable about this stuff. I look forward to reading your application to be on this commission after next year. You're right. And so when it comes to the tax credits, I think I certainly wouldn't know how to apply for tax credits, and I think generally people don't. So I wonder if, as part of this program, we can offer at either the town or the state historical organization can offer help to people to apply for these tax credits, make sure that they get them.
I've actually helped a couple of people get tax credits for preservation projects. It's actually not that hard. The state provides like a form, and you just essentially have to describe exactly the work you're doing, and you have to take before photos and submit them, and then take the same photos like from the same angles and so forth after, to prove that you did the work that you said you were going to do and that you followed the Secretary of the Interior standards. And then they just process that, and then they issue you a tax credit, like a special tax credit form, which I've never seen because I was not the one receiving it.
Further comments or questions? I think the presentation was excellent. I know this is your field of knowledge, Yanni, and I think this is going to be terrific in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Are there any additional changes that you would like? I can summarize what I have written down for changes, and you can all verify if that is actually what you would like done to the ordinance before you see it through an adoption hearing.
I have one more question I thought of.
Oh, go ahead.
It's based on what was just stated as you're talking about the additional grants. This Victoria and Brandon might be able to answer this. On a downtown business, where if we do a district and it happens to fall in our urban authority, does that qualify, or is that not infrastructure enough? I can't recall.
No, I thought of that earlier when you were talking. I think that even if we don't adopt something in our local ordinance, if there was a business in the urban renewal area that's doing historic renovations, I think they could certainly apply through urban renewal to make those happen and get additional assistance.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question, Yanni. Is it recorded on their deed when they're in a local district?
I'm not sure exactly how it's done because I've not dealt with the clerk side of it, but the designation is passed essentially by the Board of Trustees through an ordinance, which is recorded with the property. I'm not exactly sure how it attaches itself to the.
It's like Attorney Dittman knows.
Yeah, I'm 90% sure you record it with the property with the assessor's office. Yeah, I'm trying to remember back. I can go ask Littleton what the process is, but we designated a whole new neighborhood, and they had a whole set of design standards. I'm pretty sure we helped them get it recorded with Arapahoe County on each of the properties, but I can double check on that.
For some history, in regard to residential homes that flooded that were historic, we had the actual Lyons, ES Lyons homestead after the flood that was substantially damaged, and the owner of the building did not want to restore it, and they wanted it removed. And that was a tough one because staff didn't want that to happen, but we don't own the property and it wasn't designated. So the State Historic Fund did come down, brought a team of experts with them, did a full historic report. They sent an artist to do renditions of the building, and then they filed it at the national level and state level. So they do the best they can to preserve the history of that land. In this case, it was the landmark that this was actually where Mr. Lyons decided to put his home when he moved here. So it was a pretty neat experience, but they paid for all that themselves.
Victoria, was this part of the Section 106 process? Because it was.
It was 106, yes.
Okay. So what that means is that when there are federal funds or oversight even, or any kind of federal permits used for a project, it becomes what's called a federal undertaking. And then Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act applies, and there has to be this process done to mitigate any adverse effects to any historic resources in the affected area. So that was probably the mitigation technique that was used, was to thoroughly document the historic property before it had to be demolished.
Yeah, and one of my questions was, if any building over 50 years is now historic, potentially, why just this one? That was because someone alluded to that, like everything's going to be historic in certain neighborhoods. This was chosen as a landmark historic site. So that's why this one got the designation, and other houses that were over 50 years didn't. So.
And that goes back to the idea of eligibility. So there's a pretty high threshold for eligibility at the National Register level, which is somewhat counterintuitive because it provides the least protection, right? But so it's probable that house met that threshold because of its great and obvious significance to the establishment of our town.
Community.
Whereas some of the other houses where they may have been eligible on a local level, they weren't considered that at the national level.
Yeah.
And I just confirmed that Littleton does require the historic designation be recorded in the real estate records of the county where the property is located as soon as possible after the effective date of such designation. So that answers that question.
Further comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yanni had asked if we had any suggested actual possible changes to this. And I had a couple that I've just been scratching out here that relate to a couple of the points that I wrote. Section 4.1D, after it says owner consent is required for the application to be completed, I would just add 2 words that say or approved. Just clarify that you can't get it approved without owner consent. And then relating to the natural disaster part in 9.2.A, which is the exemptions from the alterations requirement, to add a small triple-I, number 3, subparagraph 3, that would say, and it kind of mirrors the language of the prior one. It says economic feasibility of rehabilitation or reuse of the existing property if the property has been damaged by a natural disaster. That doesn't mean it would be exempt. It would just mean that that's something you could take into account. It's one of the factors to consider. And given our unfortunate recent history here, that strikes me as something we ought to recognize that possibility for. So those are the 2 things I had in response to Yanni's inquiry.
Did you say natural or man-made or just natural?
Well, the
Disaster.
man-made thing in my suspicious mind raises the possibility of arson, and I didn't want to go there. So,
I know, but if another building connected to one downtown starts on fire and there's this.
yeah, I don't know. Or, somebody
Maybe we just say
doesn't-
disaster.
It's in an old house and it floods and ruins the downstairs. Should they get an exemption because it's their own negligence? I don't know. There may be a way to come up with language for that. I don't have it right now. So.
I think if you just keep it, one, keep it vague as just disaster and let the commission interpret it. And 2, it's already clear that your own negligence is not a reason for a variance, essentially. That should cover it. I know of at least one instance where arson was a reason for requested variance. And in that case, it was not allowed. So.
Okay. Further comments? Questions? Terrific workshop. If there are no further comments or questions, I guess we'll take a break until the meeting. Thank you, Yanni.
Thank you all. I'm so happy with the feedback you all provided. I think it was just very helpful for everybody.
And I guess I do have one question. Is it the board's wishes to have this come back for first reading on the first meeting in May? Is that the board's direction?
I would say so.
Okay.
I think that would be an amazing way to kick off Archaeology and Historic Preservation Month in May.
I planned it. Right.
Also, do we want a notification to anyone, certain neighborhoods?
Well, I don't think you have to, because they
Well, I
have
know we don't have to, but in Lions, we have a tendency of thinking we've, notified people, but then they find out later and slows things down.
Well, I'd e-blast it for sure.
E-blast?
Yeah.
So, okay. But not like a separate letter to people that we know are in buildings that this would pertain to.
I mean, I don't think it pertains to any particular property until they're so designated. So I think that's the difficulty of saying, oh, we think,
I just
you know.
mean anybody in the 50 years older in neighborhoods.
A lot of people.
Yeah,
No, I know it's a lot, but
and I think we may be assuming too much to think that
okay.
every property older than 50 years old is going to be designated.
Well, but they would be the ones this could impact that might want to give input, but I'm fine with an e-blast. That's, and maybe the newsletter too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Okay.
all right. See everybody after another inch of snow falls.
Ugh, it's coming down heavy.
Very,
All right.
very well done. Thank you, Yanni. Very
Yeah,
well done.
Thank you,
Very
everyone.
good.
Have
Perfect.
a nice night.
Mary Angela, you're not muted, by the way.
Counselor, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
I participated tonight, but there's a historical site on my property. Should I recuse myself from now on?
Let's have a conversation offline, but I know.
God, I hate that. It's a
Yeah.
small town. I hate that. All right.
Yeah.
I'll email you.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Just you and me.
But
Okay.
it's a great building we want to secure.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. There's no
I
doubt.
know, but if
about
certain owners may not feel that way, so
it.
that's
Okay.
interesting. Oh, that's unfortunate if you have to, but
It's the way it goes.
I know, it's a great building.
Thank you. We'll wait for Trustee Miller and Trustee Watt to get on. There we go. There we go. I'll call the Monday, April 19th, 2021 Town of Lyons Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Could we please have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
Trustee Miller,
Present.
and Trustee Waugh.
Present.
Please all rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the
Pledge
flag
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the
to the
republic
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is the agenda item where we take the time to participate in a reflective moment of silence. This will dedicate to the first responders, frontline workers, and the victims of the COVID pandemic, which now total over 575,000 people. Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Does anybody wish to amend the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Sorry, excuse me.
Sounds like me.
Oh, I didn't hear you, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't hear me? Aye, sorry.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
The agenda is approved as stated. Next is audience business. This is an opportunity for anybody in the audience who wishes to address the Board of Trustees on any item. Please state your name and address for the record. Is there anybody that wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Are you talking?
Madam Clerk?
I don't see anyone with their hand raised, sir.
Okay, I see Jerry's thing going in and out. I was wondering if Mrs. Johnson perhaps wanted to speak tonight, but apparently not. Okay,
No.
okay.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name and address for the rail. You're just saying hello, Laverne? Okay. Sergeant Christ needed some time off. He was exhausted, as I can just imagine. So we don't have a Boulder County Sheriff's report tonight. Trustee.
Sure, I would like to just report that we have seen a small uptake of vandalism at Bone Park. Inside one of the restrooms again was pretty significant damage. And then we have a a graffiti issue with the same symbol being used throughout town. So both of those have been reported, and the sheriff's department is watching for those trends.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Trustee Lowell?
Are you looking for my report?
I am, sir.
Okay. I've got a couple of items here I'd like to talk about, report on. And the first one happens to be the Martin property. I had noticed the last week when I was driving down 7 that I looked over and there appears to have been a fence installed on the backside of the Martin property where it exits out onto County Road 69. I have been aware for some time that there's clearly some conflict between the residents on County Road 69 and the users of the property. So on a whim, I drove down there Sunday afternoon just to check out what was going on. And I was accused of trespassing and told on no uncertain terms to leave, which I did. My problem is that if in fact where I was standing is considered to be trespassing, there's currently a social path that cuts through the middle of the Martin property that exits at that very spot. And I am really concerned about future conflicts between our neighbors over on County Road 69 and the users of the park. I know I've walked through there on several occasions. I know there are some mountain bikers who are using it as a shortcut to get over to Old South St. Vrain Road. I would strongly urge and suggest that once and for all, we do a proper survey and monumenting of that property, particularly that right of way on the backside, as well as the western boundary. All of the trustees received that earlier email today from Larry Quinn, where he points out what he believes is the proper right of way off the back of that property. And I've been in contact with Director Cosgrove, who said he's seeking some Boulder County help on that. But I can't emphasize enough. I think we're looking at there could be some serious incidents down there between the users of that property and the neighbors. There's a conflict down there, and I don't see it ending until we finally get some resolution to that. The other item is, as Administrator Simon brought up, was Crystal White talked to me last week about the vandalism in Bone Park, and it sort of jogged my memory. I thought at some point we had considered putting security cameras up in the areas of the restrooms at Laverne Johnson and at Bone Park. And I was wondering perhaps if some of the CARES funding that we've received could not be used for those security cameras, or this latest tranche of funds that we're getting for infrastructure. Either one of those would be eligible. But I don't understand vandalism. I don't understand why that goes on. I was a teenager once myself, but I've never done anything like that. I think we need to nip it in the bud as quickly as possible. The third item is, and I sent an email to Attorney Dittman earlier today, and perhaps he'll address these during his legal briefing. But we had a lot of discussion last year about the issues surrounding 427 and 435 Park Street, as well as the McCann property across from the library and near Town Hall. I know the wheels turn very slowly in the legal circles, but I'm just a guy, I don't like loose ends. I'd like to see some resolution to this stuff, or at least some regular reports about where we are on this and what's expected. And finally, the last thing I have, I'm going to show off a little bit of my creative side. You guys are all familiar with haikus, and I will phrase my last comment in the form of a haiku. Algae here, pond scum evident today. Where are aerators? That's all I have.
Short and sweet, as a true haiku should be. Thank you, sir. Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Trustee Lowell, for that bit of poetry. So I represented Lions at the last consortium of cities meeting where we talked about natural disasters and what our communities are doing. So thank you very much to Administrator Simonson and staff for helping support me through that. I learned something really cool, which is that one of the things Boulder County is doing to mitigate potential flood concerns in the burn areas is they are mulching gigantic amounts of trees and then making these enormous kind of like bales of mulch, helicoptering them up and dropping them on the burn areas. And I saw film footage of it. It's like snow, it's like mulch snow, and that protects the soil from erosion. So that was neat, and they're looking for help. And so, you know, if there are anybody listening who has a kid, a teenager who wants to volunteer this summer, that would be a cool thing to do. Dr. Cog is meeting on Wednesday. Unfortunately, I missed the last historic preservation meeting because I was down and out with my second COVID shot. But the walking tour is proceeding apace. And there's going to be a really cool Historic Preservation Month lecture by a local archaeologist from the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. So look for that. The EVC meets on Wednesday, I believe, and Trustee Lowell, I picked up a bunch of errant dog poop on my walks. I think you should know that. And finally, I'm going to end again with what I'm grateful for. And I am so grateful to have gotten my second COVID shot, because that means I can go see my parents, who I have not seen in person in 2 years. And you may remember them from their inadvertent Zoom bombing of our swearing in a year ago. So that's what I'm grateful for. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I was going to report on the Parks Commission, but there are a couple of things from the Parks Commission, both the most recent meeting and a couple of meetings ago, that are responsive to what things that Trustee Lowell brought up. In particular, as to the Martin parcel, about, I don't know, 3 meetings ago, I guess, representatives of both CDOT and Boulder County Open Space, a number of representatives, came to meet with the Parks Commission, and both of them had drawn up detailed maps of the area along Highway 7 and then County Road 69. The County Open Space people did that. They were absolutely clear that there is ample right-of-way that Boulder County has on County Road 69 to connect the end of the Martin parcel to County Road 69. Some of it's in the form of easements over other people's property, but they showed us the maps. They were definite that could be done, and they promised to work with the town staff, as Director Cosgrove said, to try to finalize the surveys, get exact. But if the suggestion is being made by anyone that there's not enough room there to connect the Martin parcel to County Road 69, according to Boulder County's people who have looked at it carefully, that's wrong. I understand we've been for years that nearby landowners don't want anybody coming through near their property. We get that. But from the information that the PRC got from the county with detailed maps, not hand-drawn maps, is there is a possible connection there, and Boulder County is willing to work with the town to make it happen if the town decides that it wants to put a trail down the Martin parcel. And at that meeting, it was also discussed that one of the reasons to do a trail that would be actually constructed by either volunteers of the town or whoever is so that there's a designated area for people to stay in so that they don't wander off onto nearby private property. And if there would be appropriate measures taken to let people know who are using the trail where the trail is, that certain property is private property, whether that's fencing, signage, whatever, that's understood to be a part of the project. But the idea that there's no real connection there from everything the PRC has been told is incorrect. So I just wanted to add that information. From the most recent meeting, there was discussion, considerable amount of discussion at the PRC of potentially having a separate area with an interior fence at the dog park to separate out big dogs and small dogs. There's been a lot of feedback from the community that, I don't know, the big dogs are attacking the small dogs, or the small dogs are bothering the big dogs. I don't know the source of the conflict, but they're looking at that. That probably wouldn't happen until a future budget year, because the fencing and so forth there would require some presently unbudgeted funds to be spent, but that's being talked about. You mentioned the aerators. There was also a presentation at the PRC meeting about the aerators. There are two different types of aerators being considered. One is kind of like a bottom aeration device, and another one's kind of a new kind of bubble technology by some company called Moliere. I don't know if it's French or not, but it's a little more expensive, but maybe a little more efficient. And it's my understanding that a proposed contract on that will be forthcoming to the board sometime within the next meeting or two. So that hasn't been dropped. It's being looked at and actively worked on. So that's kind of my Parks and Recreation Commission report. And I want to add something a little bit different on this as part of my trustee reports, and that is I wish to correct an error I made in the presentation at the last meeting about Planet Bluegrass. I believe if somebody makes a mistake, what you should do is acknowledge that mistake, apologize for it, learn from it, and move on. The mistake I made was in saying that there is a provision in the Planet Bluegrass agreements that does not allow two festivals within a 30-day period of time, two major events within a 30-day period of time. That's not correct. What the agreement actually says is there cannot be more than two major events within 30 days. So that was my mistake, and I wish to correct it at this first available opportunity, and apologize for anybody who may have been misinformed. That's my report.
Appreciate your integrity, Mayor Pro Tem. Trustee Careless.
Good evening, all. Hope you're enjoying the snow. If you're not, well, too bad. It's coming. It's here. The April 7th UEB meeting. There's an update from the Northern Water meeting. Kind of touch on what Holly talked about. Resources and fire damage. It looks like Natural or Northern Water was asking for $35 million to help mitigate things. They received 10. There is concern about sediment runoff, of course, into their reservoirs. Could affect the capacities by up to 5%. And what that does is just increase turbidity in the water and potential water concerns. If it continues, obviously rates have to go up to cover the cost of removing sediment from storage ponds. Let's see, also, looks like Brandon Dickman had worked with some people with the town on proposed condominiums. It looks like the UAB's discussion looks like condominium splits or properties to be split into multiple properties falls under subdivision code, which would require water rights and tap fees. So obviously that's to be looked at in greater detail. Storm drainage, Lions Ditch has been approved for to use stormwater conveyance for us, for the town to drain through. So we approved that, 2 meetings ago, I believe. Let's see. Wastewater treatment plant, things were discussed. It looks like regardless of the outcome of litigation, it is felt by Ramey and others that have looked at our plan, as you are well aware of, but the UEB talked more about it. Upgrades will be necessary no matter what. So Ramey is producing a list of priority upgrades and developing cost estimates for us. Electric meters as of April 7th were proceeding very well. Second antenna is operational for redundancy. And along those meters, it looks like the UB kind of reiterated, just touched on that for those that were concerned in town that it just crept out or just came out of nowhere. It's been on agendas, both BOTs, staff mentioned it, and the UEB itself since 2017. I think most people are aware of the pressure reducing valve was put in that we've been working on, had some delays on. Did increase pressures above it from 900 to 400 to 4,000 gallons a minute. Unfortunately, it did not take care of First Avenue's current issues. So the last property there that's looking to get a permit is still gonna have to be on hold, it looks like. And the UEB and the director are working on looking at ways to increase that pressure. And that's basically, we have to loop down to our extremely high pressure line that's down, I think, below First Avenue towards Second Avenue, and see what that does. Let's see. The Colorado Association of Municipal Utilities had their meeting on April 2nd. It looks like in the discussions with our provider, Texas winter storm the initial information they've got to us is means exposure was not very high to the market prices for energy. So hopefully at this time, they're anticipating no raises due to that issue like other utilities are having. So keep our fingers crossed. That's a good thing. And hopefully it stays that way. The UEB is sending to us the net metering issue with sunset the meter exemptions to January 2030. We've had some brief discussions on that in the past, but they passed that unanimously. Will be sending it to us. Based on the old water treatment plant and the issues that's being on our, looks like on our agenda tonight. It was informally agreed upon by them. There was no future need for water infrastructure on the property, and they feel the sale of funds should be, excuse me, should divert to the water fund. As to the issue they've been working on that was asked by the board of recommendations on how to fund possible lawsuit with Honeywell is without an executive session, they were not allowed to have because our attorneys told them they couldn't without them being there. Basically, at this time, without more information, they can't give us any information. That's it.
Trustee Miller?
You caught me with my mouth full.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Let's see. I would like to echo what Trustee Lowell said, sentiments about County Road 69 and the Martin parcel. That's been a sort of ongoing battle for quite some time with the neighbors and that parcel of land. We need to get that figured out. Yes, there's a social trail there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we should be trespassing if that's in fact the case. So we need to take care of that. The Human Services, Housing and Human Services Commission met on Monday, last Monday, and we finally got the Get Help Guide updated, which is a flip book, basically. It's a printed book that is distributed throughout Lyons for people to pick up and take with them with all the resources available to them. Because what we found throughout history since the flood, basically, is that people didn't have a place to go and look for all the resources available to them for whatever they needed. So especially with the senior community, we found that the printed material was much easier for them to negotiate, since a lot of them didn't have computers or didn't know how to operate them. So you can find those, they'll be distributed. We just got them back, or are getting them back from the printer here any day. That's quite an undertaking too, because it's a pretty thick book. And they are going to be distributed at Walt Self and the Visitor Center. Leaf will have some copies. The grade school will have copies. Town Hall will have some copies. So that's exciting. That gets updated. We try to do it every other year, but I think it's been more than that this time. Because like I said, it's a lot of work. Goodwill Grant Fund closes on May 1st. Applications have to be in, and we'll sit down and figure out who gets awarded that money. We haven't really gotten that many applications yet, but I will assume that we'll get this, typical ones that we get. I know that the Lions Prepared was going to actually apply this year, which I don't think they've ever applied before. And the Bustang, RTD Bustang the RTD has notified us that the Bustang is going to be coming through here, going to Estes Park this summer. So we're not sure what that looks like yet, if it's gonna, we want it to stop here, obviously. We'll see how they do that. I'm not sure if Kim might have some other information on that. But I also have some information from the LAHC that I was asked to pass along because Lauren has another meeting tonight. Let me just get to that really quickly. And I also would like to bring up an idea, well, something that I think I brought up maybe 5 years ago, and never really pursued it, but would really, really like to see it happen. And that is having bat houses put up around town. You know that I am a bat freak. I think everybody knows that, that I love bats. And they're extremely important to the ecosystem. Eating 5,000 bugs a night, mosquitoes, etc. And I think that now that we have the ponds back up and going, I think that would be a really awesome place for a couple of bat houses up on some high poles. So I'd really like somebody to take a look at that. I don't know who, probably the ecology board, maybe. Okay, here's the LAHC notes. The Lions Poetry in Public Places contest is open. They're co-hosting a poetry workshop with the library, and it is already full to capacity. The artwork selected for this year's round of Hearts and Lions Outdoors Art Collection will be installed in the upcoming weeks, as well as a rainbow painted on the crosswalk near 4th and High Street in celebration of Pride Month. And we have selected the next in our creative outlets project. The artist has yet to be notified, but we hope to announce it at the next meeting. Cheers, Lauren. And that's all from her. And that's all I've got.
Thank you. Trustee Waugh.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I was not able to attend the Planning and Community Development Commission meeting last week, where they discussed design guidelines, and there was a review of the Lions Herbal Renewal Authority, so that the board could get educated on that. Also a review of current development. There was also, I think I mentioned this several weeks ago, perhaps months ago, the leadership of the Lions, the Planning and Community Development Commission has basically adopted something from corporate in terms of agile development. So they're looking at quarterly sprints. So there was a meeting on that today. Unfortunately, I had a commitment and I was not able to attend that meeting, but we will get you an update on that. But that's really all I have to report at this time.
Okay, thank you. The Student Advisory Commission has not met. They will be meeting next week. The Sustainable Futures Commission did meet. They're planning Earth Day events, a river corridor cleanup. They discussed a garden in a box. They discussed the proposed solar garden. Western Disposal is offering a curbside junk pickup of large items, 5 large items for $100. Normally those are $38 a piece, so that's a great deal. And the 2 days are April 20th and the 27th. They're going to change the cleanup days to what they refer to as a diversion event to reduce, reuse, and recycle, entering into a collaboration with Charm, Boulder County, to accept hazardous waste, tires, and mattresses, among other things. Let's see. That's it for my report, with the exception of what I'm thankful for is that I get to spend time with my grandchildren finally. And the other thing that I'm thankful for is our staff. My duty as the mayor is to raise morale, and they raise my morale by how professional they are. And I just want to shout out to all the staff. It's your report, Administrator Simonson.
Thank you, sir. My report tonight, as I think everybody already knows, Boulder County and the state of Colorado are making some significant changes on the COVID dial. As of April 16th, Boulder County has moved to what they call level blue for the next 30 days. And they said it will not change in that 30 days while they evaluate things. Basically what that means is that outdoors, if you can maintain social distance from people not from your household, you no longer have to wear a mask. Restrictions in restaurants are back to 100% capacity with the social distancing and all of the necessary measures to try to keep people safe indoors while they're eating. And there will be a consideration of something they're adding called a level clear, which they're looking at potentially having a 90-day observation period from May 16th to August 16th, which will be a significant change in all behavior outdoors and indoors. So we are adapting once again to some new changes in the county. For us, I think the biggest impact will be outdoors. And as we discussed on May 3rd, we will be holding a park planning and capacity update, park safety for this summer. So on May 3rd, staff will be here to present our proposed measures for this summer before they go into effect May 16th. Probably some of the more exciting news the last couple of weeks has been the American Rescue Plan has rolled out its next funding opportunities. And there are at least 5 new opportunities that Lions will have to apply for if the board so chooses to. So at our next meeting as well, I'd kind of like to go through those and get some prioritization by the board of what projects they would like us to apply for, if any. And kind of just make you familiar with some of the new terms. Again, these are new. There's actually Congress members can have so many projects within each of their districts that they can earmark. So there's some potential there, and those are called community project fundings. That is member supported. There is a presidential funding stream that people can be eligible for. There's something called a state tribal assistance grant, state and tribal assistance grant called STAG. That's specific to wastewater treatment plant upgrades. That might be a really nice opportunity for us to apply for these projects that Ramey's currently prioritizing, as well as specific to transportation. And if you have a project already in line for the Transportation Improvement Program through DRCOG, there may be additional support for our match. So that is really exciting if we could get another 300,000 to be our local match to the Broadway improvements. So there, and then there's something called Roadmap to Recovery. There's a Main Street revitalization. There is, it just goes on. And they're very specific to sewer, water, broadband could be an option at this point for rural communities. So I want to spend a little time, hopefully at our next meeting. We'll go through a spreadsheet maybe with the opportunities, and staff will present a list of projects and our best estimate of costs, and see if you guys are interested in continuing to pursue these this funding while it's available. All of it is very short turnaround. They want projects in motion, and some of them they want it spent by September of 22. So these are not things we can wait on if we want to apply for them right now. Some of them are very specific though to small communities under 10,000. So I think we'd have an awesome opportunity there. So anyway, that's been really kind of mind-boggling the last couple of weeks. Again, just lots of meetings about funding and what's eligible and what's not. So we'll share that with you at the next meeting. Kind of in that same vein, the Boulder County Collaborative, who has been organizing all of our community development block grant funding, CDBG, DR. We're down to just meeting quarterly now that we're on the last home stretch of that funding. And Lions has really held its own with the other communities in Boulder County. We have now spent 86% of the $12 million we've been allocated. When this funding first started, they thought we were going to get about 2.5 million. And as other communities finished up and gave us their leftovers, we're now up to $12 million through that fund. So that is pretty exciting. We have 3 projects to get done by the end of September. The Red Hill Gulch Stormwater Project that crosses it across Bone Park. The installation of a generator at our new Public Works facility. And I guess it's just those 2 are left by the end of September. The mayor didn't mention it, but he and I met with some representatives from the CMEX Corporation, and they will be joining you at your next workshop to talk about a CMEX Citizen Advisory Committee. They are really excited. They already have a format for that sort of a committee, so we want to work together. There's no reason to have 2 separate committees on that. And it was nice to see them. We hadn't seen them in over a year, and had a good conversation with them. And we'll share that with the rest of you at your next meeting. We also, the mayor and I, had an opportunity to meet the new Lions Fire Protection District Chief, Peter Zick, and start talking about ways we can collaborate with the fire district. And our fire task force that the Planning Commission has is going to also be meeting with him so that we're not duplicating efforts. He has agreed as part of our GOCO grant the $282,000 that we will be receiving from that grant is part of installing those water rescue stations along the river. And so I talked to Chief Zick and said, you know, we're pretty short on public works staff right now. Any chance we could do that as a team effort so that we're putting them in the right places for you guys and all that? And he has agreed to come up with a mutual installation of those so that they can be in place before summer. That's pretty neat. I think that's probably enough for tonight. Is there any other questions about things going on in day-to-day activities?
Are there any questions for Administrator Simonson? I'll state my position in regard to the funding that you discussed earlier. I think that the Board of Trustees would appreciate you bringing all possibilities to us, and the sooner the better. Congratulations, Administrator Simonson. You've identified more funds that perhaps are going to be available to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legal update.
Administrator Simonson, do you have something else you wanted to say?
Excuse me.
No, it's fine. I was, I just said thank you for complimenting staff. Mayor, we appreciate that. And we as well are thankful that we live somewhere where we can all be together in a way like this and continue to hold our democracy and make decisions as they're meant to be. So we appreciate everybody being flexible during this creative time of meetings.
Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a handful of updates for the board. First, I want to do a public update on the Honeywell case. Last we chatted, the parties that are opposite to us were filing motions to dismiss, basically arguing that this case belongs in arbitration and not in a district court. The response to those is due on May 5th. So Paul Godek will be filing a response on behalf of the town by May 5th on those. And basically the procedure will be is if, you know, it will take somewhere between 14 and 30 days for the court to decide on what the ultimate disposition of those motions are. And it'll basically be whether the current court proceeding is stayed or whether it gets kicked to arbitration or stays in court. So no real update, just to let you know what the process is going forward. Any questions on that?
Any questions for council?
Okay, so the next one, Trustee Lowe did send me an email earlier today on a couple different properties with code enforcement issues. I'll start with 427 Park. I was not asked to file a complaint against 427 Park, so I don't have any update on that one. We have not initiated a municipal court summons for that property. And so I don't know if you know, other town staff does, but I do not have an update on that particular property. 435 Park, I do have an update for. It's been kind of a long and arduous process on that one. You may remember back in, I want to say it was November, we had a municipal court hearing on that. And essentially at that point, the judge asked us to try to work out some sort of settlement with attorneys for Mr. I'm forgetting his name for a second. With
Callahan.
Mr. Callahan, thank you. I totally blanked on the name. So the judge asked us to work on some sort of settlement with Mr. Callahan. Paul Godek and attorneys for Mr. Callahan have been in discussions for some time on what options may be. Right now, we're trying to coordinate building inspectors for the town going into the property to look at the extent of some of the issues. Because that involves the current owners to agree to that, it takes some coordination and hasn't happened yet, but that is the next step. And that once the current extent of the issues, particularly regarding the windows, is determined, then we'll see if some sort of settlement can be reached on that case in terms of both fines and potential fixes Mr. Callahan was responsible for. You know, there may be other things that need to happen on this property too, in addition to the existing complaint on 435 Park, but I think we'll have to leave that one for another time and another discussion with the board. Concerning the McCain property, once again, I have not been asked to file a complaint municipal court on those. So I don't have any update. I know that Victoria said that I think they're working on those ones still to come up with some sort of solution, Mr. McCain. But I don't have a legal update on that property. And I apologize for not having more updates on 435 Park, but it's kind of been the case that there hasn't been a whole lot of official things to announce yet, which is why I haven't had an update, but I'll try to be better about at least providing an update, even if there isn't an update on that one, since it is in my court. So I apologize on that. Any questions on those properties, or does that cover it?
I'd be happy to bring forward I think the staff would like to bring forward a formal kind of review of the other properties mentioned and give you an update on those. So as the attorney said, they haven't gone to municipal court yet, but we have been meeting with property owners. So I think we could do that at our next meeting if the agenda permits it time-wise. Or workshop maybe.
Additional items, Counselor?
Yeah, I have two other items I wanted to briefly discuss with the board. They're items from CAMU, the Colorado Association of Municipal Utilities. In addition to being town attorney, I'm also the attorney for CAMU. And there's a couple of things that I think the town might be interested in. I want to update you on. One, I did represent CAMU in a case concerning Lamar and the Southeast Colorado Power Association. And it was a case where the Southeast Colorado Power Association essentially stole a customer of the Lamar Utilities Board, which is a municipal utility like Lions. And this has been an issue for some time where, municipal utilities and rural cooperatives kind of fight over customers. And this happens because sometimes the service territories of the utilities are not entirely clear. In the case of Lamar and Southeast Colorado Power Association, they're very unclear. There was actually a PUC decision in the 70s trying to create some sort of clarity behind it, but not really fully resolving the issue. And so I represented CAMU in that case as an amicus, arguing for the integrity of municipal service territories and explaining to the court that, municipal investments in extraterritorial customers are significant. And that just because a customer is outside of its service territory, if that customer is established legally, then they should be allowed to continue to serve that customer. And fortunately, a couple of days ago, we did receive, I think it was actually on Friday, we received a positive decision from the PUC. And the PUC did agree with Lamar's position that it should be allowed to keep that customer, and that the Southeast Colorado Power Association may need to pay penalties to Lamar for the time that the customer was stolen. And so the judge did cite some of our legal authority that was in our brief. So it was a great decision for CAMU and for all municipal utilities like Lions. Secondly, also for CAMU, something I've been working on this past week, there was a bill in the state General Assembly that had the effect of creating significant barriers to municipal utilities deploying commercial broadband. It would basically create all sorts of different accounting requirements for municipal utilities that commercial broadband providers are not required to do. It would also prevent combined enterprises of communication utilities and power utilities. And it would create a right of action where commercial broadband providers could sue public utilities, including municipal utilities, if that someone had both and they didn't believe their accounting. It's basically requiring there be no cross subsidization between a broadband utility and a power utility. So needless to say, this bill is incredibly problematic for communities which already have broadband utilities, such as Longmont or Estes Park, those that are close to deploying a broadband utility like Fort Collins or Loveland, and those like Lions that may want to do it sometime in the future. And so I've been working with Dan Hodges, the executive director of CAMU, with CML, with the CCUA and its lobbyists to try to prevent this bill from going forward, or at least being amended to take out municipal utilities out of these requirements. And we believe at this point we are successful in getting the sponsor to agree that these requirements are one, unnecessary, and then two, it seems to me that they were unintended. However, it would create very significant problems for places like Estes Park, and also potentially prohibit someone like Fort Collins from deploying their service going forward. And so I just wanted to make the board aware that this is yet another effort, presumably by the Comcast and Central Links of the world, to make municipal broadband more difficult. And we spent a lot of time trying to defeat those efforts. So that was the only really general assembly update I had to give, but I think one was significant given that Lions has, has an SB 152 opt-out process and has talked about municipal broadband to some degree. And that's pretty much all I got at this point. I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Any questions for Counselor? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Counselor.
Trustee Browning.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
On what you just said, I know Estes Park is trying to do municipal broadband, and we talked a couple of meetings ago about their lines basically running through Lions. Several years ago, we talked about, we discussed preliminarily with Longmont whether they could get their, next light service out here, but they have a lot of demands, and I don't think that's happened. Is there any chance of us tapping into Estes Park system under some arrangement, or is that not feasible?
So potentially, and the lines are coming through, they're a combination of CDOT and WAPA lines. So those are middle mile fiber. They're not like to someone's house, right? They're the transmission, if you will, in the system rather than the last mile system to someone's house. And so in Estes Park, their system is operational at this point. They call it Trailblazer up there, and I've been assisting them for probably 6-7 years now on that project. And so there may be some opportunities for cooperation, particularly leasing dark fiber, excess fiber that's not being used. If the town were interested in doing a last mile fiber project, but I don't think that Estes Park would be capable of doing that last mile connection. But they'd certainly be able to participate on a middle mile, kind of arrangement.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, this might be another opportunity coming up with some of this funding we'll talk about in a couple of weeks as well.
And there are all sorts of issues around that funding too. I haven't been directly involved with the CCUA, the Colorado Communications Utilities Alliance, has been working with the FCC and with Senator Bennett's office to kind of make sure that municipal entities are allowed to access that funding. There's been a push by some of the commercial entities to create restrictions around who can access that funding, and basically making it so that only a private provider could receive that funding. And so those are all based on rules that are being drawn up by the Treasury Department. And so just know that municipal entities are being well represented by the CCUA, by the CCI, Colorado Counties Incorporated, by CML, by the National League of Cities and Mayor's Caucus. I mean, there's all sorts of different organizations working on that, but there's a lot of moving parts right now along broadband, given that there is so much funding potentially coming down the pipe.
Any further questions? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the regular meeting and commence Alliance Board of Ethics meeting.
So moved.
I'll move second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Do I vote in this?
This is just to adjourn the meeting and enter
Oh,
the Board of
okay.
Ethics.
Yeah, yay.
Okay. I'll call the Town of Lyons Board of Ethics meeting to order. Could you please read item 8 into the record, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo, I think we need to do a roll call for the Board of Ethics.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Miller,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
Trustee Rogan.
Present.
Please read item 8 into the record, Madam Clerk.
Yes, this is the Town of Lyons Board of Ethics. There was an ethics complaint filed against Trustee Miller.
Counselor, if you don't mind, since I've never been through this, I would like you to handle this.
Yeah, I'll start off on the procedures for this item. So the ethics code lays out a process by which ethical complaints against a town officer is handled. The board's thing is the Board of Ethics considers these complaints. It first comes before the board for a consideration of whether the complaint essentially has merit and should be investigated and sent on to a formal hearing. And so what we're here for tonight is that initial step, deciding the board, sitting as the Board of Ethics, deciding whether there should be an investigation and or formal hearing on this complaint. And so that's what we're here for tonight. This is not a formal hearing on the final disposition of the matter for the imposition of discipline. This is only for whether the board believes this complaint should move on to a formal hearing, and whether as part of that process there should be an investigation as well. And so that's the process we're undergoing tonight. And if anyone has any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for counsel? And so our next step, counsel?
So our next step is a discussion on the complaint itself. You had in the packet the complaint filed by Mayor Pro Tem Browning against Trustee Miller for alleged conflicts of interest and failure to disclose those conflicts of interest under the ethics code. And so, I'm happy to answer questions about the process, but I'm not prosecuting this, if you will.
No,
it's not my position, it's the town Board of Ethics position to determine what to do going forward.
So do we take statements from anybody that wishes to speak right now?
Yeah, so at this point, I think it's appropriate for the board to have a discussion on whether or not this complaint should move forward to one, a formal hearing process, and then two, as part of that, investigation, the board thinks it's necessary for an investigation. You can have, just the hearing and investigation, or, just the hearing. And so I think statements can be taken at this time by any member of the board. There isn't a process for the accused to give a statement on it, but the board certainly has that option if it so wished.
At least the mayor would so wish, but that's a board decision. Does anybody wish to speak to this issue? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I filed this, so I'll go first. If I didn't think it warranted a hearing, I wouldn't have filed it. I think the complaint that's in the packet is pretty self-explanatory as to both what's at issue in terms of disclosing potential conflicts and what the ethics code says about that. So I think it warrants a hearing. As to investigation, I don't think much of an investigation is needed. I don't think there are a whole lot of facts in dispute. The facts that I put in there were from an exchange of emails between Trustee Miller and me. I don't know about using those emails if we go to a formal hearing. It might be that presumably the town attorney as investigator would put those down in a more, I don't know, formal or more easily accessible format. But I don't think a whole lot of money and time needs to be spent on an investigation. I think what the facts are and what the ethics code says are pretty self-explanatory for the most part.
Are there any other comments that any other board members would wish to make at this time? Trustee Miller.
Yeah, I would like to make some comments here. I have been on the board for 5 years. The fact that I didn't disclose a fact that I was asked to clean toilets for a spring grass show. And my failure to disclose that was obviously, in hindsight, not a wise decision, but it wasn't really a decision, I guess. I didn't really even think about it because the entire time I've been on the board, I have done seasonal work for Planet Bluegrass, for festivals. That's the only time I've worked for them is during festivals. Obviously the spring grass thing is brand new. And I wasn't at that point in time aware that I was going to work them on a regular basis because they have a regular cleaning crew that works for them year round. And that's when Mayor Pro Tem Browning emailed me, that's what I was trying to explain to him. In the past, when I have spoken to the lawyers or the attorneys about my conflict of interest with this particular entity, because I have many clients in this town and therefore potentially many conflicts. This one is not one that I have a financial stake in. It's not somebody that I don't have a financial vested interest in. I don't own any of their part of that business. I think the total amount that I've worked for them in a year is 80 hours. I'm on the board. I've spent 144 hours a year on this sitting in this chair on the diocese or in Zoom meetings or whatever. So the board meetings far outweigh the amount of time that I have worked for them. Therefore, my point being is that I am not, in my mind, it's not something that I had even thought about during that discussion. My frustration comes from the intransigence of the whole thing. We don't get anywhere on this board. It's like we keep spinning the wheels. Let's re-look at that. And I can't, like, that's, I thought about resigning because it's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my time to sit here and do this over and over and over again. So I get an ethics complaint filed against me because I'm frustrated about where this board is going, which is nowhere. And, it has the potential to become a good old boys club. And it has, it's just, I don't know what you want me to say. I'm sorry that I did not disclose that. In hindsight, I should have, but I certainly did not do it on purpose or for the benefit of myself or for them or anything else. And the only reason that they're willing to discuss anything at all about moving forward now is because I had a discussion with them about it after the last meeting. I didn't even know that I was moving forward with that, with working for them. That was a one-time deal. Now I'm doing like a couple more shows. Big whoop. I'm cleaning toilets. Do you understand that? Scrubbing toilets. I'm sorry that I did not disclose that to you. That's all I have to say.
Trustee Juan.
So I have a couple of things to say to this. So first of all, I think it comes down to what's reasonable. And I believe that that often, this is the third or fourth ethics complaint since we've been aboard. And I believe that almost all of them have come down to the definition of reasonable. And I believe that there's at least one person on this board that has a different definition of reasonable than the rest of us. As Wendy said, she's not making decisions. She's not on the management team there. I recused myself because I am part of that and was involved directly with this. This is an employee. I volunteered so I could get free tickets to Planet Bluegrass. Should I recuse myself from every single opportunity or make sure that I disclose myself that? I think that's ridiculous. So I think that this is all just show and circumstance by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. I understand and appreciate his vigor for the ethics, but we live in a small town and just about everybody in this town has done something at some point for one of the businesses in this town. Now, with all of that said, I am going to, I do not think that this warrants an investigation or a hearing. And I believe that any reasonable person would understand the person who sometimes does security and generally cleans the toilets there is not influencing any decisions or any input or any outcome from a decision made between the board and that. So I will say that. However, I will remind Trustee Miller that she had the same responsibilities at Riverbend and recused herself from every single vote and every single discussion that I can recall because of a perceived conflict of interest. So I'm a little conflicted. I think that this is a ridiculous claim, but I don't understand why we had to recuse from one business where you only clean bathrooms to, but it's okay to not disclose it or recuse yourself from another business where you do the exact same thing.
I'm going to respond to that because this was in the email the Mayor Pro Tem Browning sent to me prior to his him sending me filing an ethics complaint against me. I am the primary contract worker for Riverbend and Farmette. I am the one that does all the weddings there, all the events, farm dinners, weddings, everything. So if they make more money, if they have more events, I make more money, right? I'm the only one that does that. Planet Bluegrass is not the same thing. I do festivals. That's it. I don't do any of their weddings. I don't do anything else for them. I work for them a sum total of maybe 2 weeks a year. And now the spring grass shows for, that are brand new. That's it. So I have more of a stake, and the attorney told me from the get-go that I didn't necessarily have to recuse myself from Riverbend and Farmette, but I felt like I was much more invested in them because I was there every day, spoke to them every day, dealing with them on a much larger level than Planet Bluegrass. Planet Bluegrass is not somebody that I deal with on a regular basis. That's how I am. That's my response to that.
Any further comments? Trustee Rogan.
I agree with Trustee Wah, and I will add this is a waste of our time, our energy, and attorney's fees. There is no way that this merited an ethics complaint, and it makes me really angry on behalf of Trustee Miller, on behalf of the rest of the board, and on behalf of staff to have to deal with this.
Any further comments?
I'd like to make a motion that we do not have a hearing or an investigation.
Mayor Pro Tem, what was your point?
I was waiting to see if any of the other trustees had comments, but a
I
brief,
think I have a motion.
well, he asked for comments and I was waiting to see if one of the others were going to comment. And let me make a brief comment in response to those of Trustee Miller.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second on the motion?
Yeah. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, as I was going to say, and as put forth in the complaint, what Trustee Miller had to say tonight is somewhat different than what she told me in her email. She said that in the past, at times, she had actually been classified as an employee of Planet Bluegrass. She said it had gone back and forth between employee status and independent contractor status. I don't know for what period of time she was an employee and what time she was independent contractor, but that's a bit more substantial than what she had to say tonight. And further, she indicated that she intended to work in the future for Planet Bluegrass. And it's not just what the extent of her duties is as a contractor now or in the past, but also if the board is dealing with a number of substantial issues with a prominent local business, as we are with Planet Bluegrass, for either an employee or an independent contractor of Planet Bluegrass to participate in that discussion without disclosing it, in my view, contradicts the ethics rules. And this is not a hearing tonight on whether she should or should not recuse or not for a particular meeting. It's just a question of whether she should have disclosed or not. And she didn't. And castigate me for having high ethics standards, if you will. But I think the integrity and public perception of the board is important. I think the public view of the board is very important. And that is exactly why the ethics code says if you have something that could even be perceived as a conflict, whether you think it actually warrants your recusing from a particular hearing or issue or not, you must at least disclose it. And that wasn't done. And that's all my ethics complaint says. And so the reason for filing it is an attempt to make sure that in the future, someone who has a connection with a business that has important matters before the board should disclose to the board what that connection is and state why they think they should or should not recuse. And that's the extent of this. I don't plan to get into whether she should or shouldn't recuse for a particular item. It's just a matter of should someone disclose that. She didn't. I contacted her about it, and the response that I got was not, oops, sorry, made a mistake. I should have disclosed. It was an attack on my integrity. And rather than apologize, learn from it, and move forward, it was instead a defensive, reactionary response. And if that was their attitude, I decided it was appropriate to file an ethics complaint to require disclosure of potential conflicts, and that's what I did.
Any further discussion? Trustee Miller.
You are completely condescending all the time. That's part of the problem. Therefore, I am, of course, going to be defensive. You're sitting there and attacking my integrity right now, saying, oh, that's not what she said in my email. In the email she sent to me about whether or not I was an employee or a contract worker. Mark, that is a tax designation. Who cares? It doesn't matter whether I was an employee or tax designation, a contract worker, any given year. It's whether they take taxes out beforehand or whether they don't. Quit being so goddamn condescending.
Trustee Miller, you're not doing yourself any favors. That is totally out of order.
Sorry, I am sorry. I'm sorry. I am keeping my mouth shut. I'm done.
That is the first time I have ever used the gavel on a board member. It's a small town. And I remember in the early days of talking about this situation on whether board members were allowed to accept passes to Planet Bluegrass. That was a very in-depth discussion. I don't think we had an ethics code at the time. I think it was basically, I was told, as a matter of fact, by several board members, if you think that I'm going to make a decision that is not in the best interest of the town because I was comped a ticket, you're very sadly mistaken. I understand it's a different time. I wish that I hadn't heard that last outburst because what I was going to say is that Trustee Miller has apologized. She admitted that she should have disclosed. That's what we're here to discuss. It's if we want to move to a formal hearing. What was your motion? I forgot your motion, Trustee Waugh. Excuse me.
It was not to have a hearing or an investigation.
Okay, and there was a second.
Yes.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. I'll call for the vote. No is to not have. Yes is to have.
Mayor, I believe that's the other way around. If vote is yes, it means that this matters ends here, essentially.
Okay, if we vote yes, this matter ends here. If we vote no, it proceeds to a formal hearing. Is that correct? Okay, just tell me one more time. Yes. Yes to not proceed.
Correct.
No to proceed. Call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Yes.
Trustee Lowell,
Yes.
Caravas,
Yes.
Trustee Grogan,
Yes.
Trustee Waugh.
Yes.
Does Trustee Miller vote no?
So the ethics code does not say whether an accused can vote on it, yes or no. It would seem she has to make the decision in her own mind whether it would be proper to vote on that.
Okay.
Trustee Miller?
I abstain.
Did you get Trustee Waugh's vote?
Did.
Town clerk?
I sure
The
did.
vote is
6-0 with Trustee Miller abstaining.
yeah, 6 votes. Yeah, aye, 1 abstention. Thank you.
So we now at this point need a motion to adjourn as the ethics
Yes.
board. And
We need a
then
motion to adjourn the Board of Ethics and
So moved.
commence to the regular meeting. Do we have a second?
Second.
Call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Now we have to have attendance called. Is that correct, Counselor?
that's correct. Although it seems weird about the attendance called for the regular meeting that
Okay.
we're now entering back into.
Okay. Town clerk,
Mayor Angelo,
present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Here.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Miller,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Waugh.
Present.
Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, Resolution 2021-39, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a contract with Ray's River Tubes to operate the concession stand in Laverne Johnson Park. Number 2 is Resolution 2021-40, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Kumar and Associates for materials testing services for the Second Avenue Bridge Replacement Project. Item 3 is 2021-41, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the 10th Amendment to the Disaster Recovery Services Agreement with OTAC Incorporated, formerly Loris and Associates, for drainage design services for the Second Avenue Bridge Project. Item 4 is Resolution 2021-42, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Fourth Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Roxall Consulting Group, Incorporated, for construction management services for the Second Avenue Bridge Replacement Project. Item 5 is Resolution 2021-43, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the Bone Park Phase 2 project. Item 6 is Resolution 2021-44, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a professional services agreement with Greystone Technology Group, Incorporated, for information technology support services for the town. Item 7 is Resolution 2021-45, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a construction agreement for the wastewater treatment plant outfall, project number 21-WWTP outfall 01 with CAP Excavating Incorporated. Item 8 is Resolution 2021-46, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, authorizing an IGA with the State of Colorado, DOLA Energy Mineral Assistance Grant for the Longs Peak Improvements Project. Item 9 are the April accounts payable, and item 10 are the April 5th, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
We have a second?
Did Trustee Lowell want to?
Yes, I was waiting for that.
Okay.
What?
We don't approve that until we ask the items to be removed from the consent agenda, correct?
I always thought that we had a motion in a second and then asked if anything needed to be removed from the consent agenda, but we can do it another way if you'd like. Are there any items anybody would like removed from the consent agenda?
Yes, I would. I'd like to remove item 9.1, Resolution 2021-39.
I would like to remove number 1 and 5, please.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with those two exceptions, number 1 and 5?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
and Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
The consent is approved as amended. Trustee Lowell, you'll go first on 2021-39, and then if Trustee Waugh has anything additional to add, I'd like to hear that too. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mayor Angelo. First of all, kudos to the town staff for seeking a vendor for the concession stand, and I appreciate your effort. It's not that I don't think this is a good idea, but I think this resolution right now, improving this vendor, is premature. I believe it needs to be considered in the context of whatever we envision the park protocol is to be for this summer. And as we heard Administrator Simonson say, we'll hear the ideas from the staff on May 3rd. But beyond the concerns of the park rules discussion and how it might affect this contract, I do have a couple of concerns. Now, I know it's only normal in the course of writing a proposal for a business to embellish their embellish their proposal, but I read with some alarm that the vendor says that he'll advertise to 350,000 Larimer County residents who don't have access to tubing. How will this jibe with any visitors restrictions that we're going to put in place in the park this summer? The other point is, we all know there's barely enough water in the river in August and September to tube, so is the vendor aware of that? My other concerns are, he's going to be selling camping items, refreshments, sunscreen. Now that's going to be a boon for the town sales tax, I assume. But I also wonder how much this on-site concession is going to hurt our local businesses like St. Vrain Market and Clark's Hardware, who sell some of those things that campers would normally go to buy there. I also have a serious concern about the two dates where the vendor is going to use the Black Bear Hole. I understand that those dates are going to be when Planet Bluegrass is otherwise occupying Laverne Johnson Park. But we've already experienced the disaster that takes place at Black Bear Hole on summer weekends. I'm not sure it's a good idea to have a vendor there selling tubes or paddle boards or whatever else at that point. And I'm also a little concerned, maybe I should know this, but I don't know when the grant work is going to be performed at the Black Bear Hole, when all that work's going to be put in place. Is that going to interfere with the vendor's use of those dates? So I'm just suggesting we don't consider this resolution until we've seen staff's ideas for what the park protocol is going to look like on May 3rd. I'm hoping, by the way, and I was prepared to introduce some sort of concept where we might have reservations at the parks for this summer, so we avoid the crush that we had last year, and also that those reservations might also make some concessions to allow residents to use the park on weekends. I don't think I have to explain to anybody here that there's very few residents in those parks on weekends. So that's a reason for pulling it. It's not that I'm necessarily against it. I do have some concerns. I'd like some further discussion on it, but I think we need to see what happens on May 3rd to at least see what our parks are going to look like this summer.
Trustee Waugh, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good idea to have a vendor there in general. One of the things in the staff report that caught my attention was that under financial impacts, the estimated cost of increased utilities on the operation of the concession stand will be covered by the base rate. I just would like to see those estimates of the utility costs. It's my understanding that the town doesn't pay any utilities in the town parks. So I just found that comment. If we have estimated costs of what utilities might run in the park, I'd be like to see those, because I know boards have been asking for those for some period of time. So, I'd just like to understand where that came from, and I'd like to see the estimated utility costs. I'd like to see any utility costs for the park, to be honest, but specifically those, since they're specifically mentioned.
Trustee Rogan.
Thanks, Mayor. I also agree that it's exciting to have a concessionaire in the parks. I think it's a great idea, and I think we need to look at this a little bit more closely. To me, $1,100 a month actually seemed kind of low. If they are bringing in the kind of business that they say they're going to bring in, I wonder if there can be a contract constructed so that we can get a piece of each rental or each day's revenue in addition to a flat rent. Of course, this is the first year that we'll be doing this, so that can be changed in the future. Also, for consideration, I'd like to make sure that all signage is also available in Spanish, as our parks are frequented by Spanish-speaking folks. And then finally, and this is maybe something I can bring up as an agenda item in the future across the board, but I want to change the language from illegal alien to worker without authorization, which is something that the state just passed. So I think we should be in line with that. I think it's important. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Trustee Rogan. Any other comments? So I think I have this right. We vote on whether to approve Resolution 2021-39. Is that not correct, Counselor?
Well, I think we need a motion and a second, and then
Yeah.
any discussion,
Okay.
and then vote.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Is the motion to approve?
To approve.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2021-39. Further discussion?
I think some of the staff may have some information to share on this because I heard a presentation on this at the Parks Commission and I didn't get into all that in my trustee report because I assumed it was going to come up here. But I think staff has some information about some of the points that have been raised by the trustees.
Staff, does anybody in staff have any information that could enlighten us?
Sorry, I probably should have mentioned we should have staff presentations after the reasons for pulling the item. Sorry, given the unique nature of these, I forget sometimes the process.
Are you saying that we can't hear from staff now?
No, we can. We certainly can, but we should have done it prior to there being motions. But
if we can hear from staff now, I'd like to hear from staff now. Ms. Ramsey.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I can probably answer a few of your questions and we can definitely look into some of the others. In terms of utility costs, I believe the town does track what the utility costs are for these concession stands specifically. Marissa might have some more insight into those particular numbers. So we can definitely do a cost comparison to see what we're using currently and what we would be using once we have a vendor in there. Of course, that'll be easier to track once we've actually had the vendor in there for this summer and we can see what those costs are and how they've increased over time. In terms of Black Bear Hole, those are some valid concerns and I don't know right now when that construction is happening there. It is our intent to reach out to Planet Bluegrass to see if we can actually have the vendor in the park during those dates. If we are allowed to do that, if we can come to some kind of agreement with them, then we would amend the contract so that the vendor could actually be in the park and not at Black Bear Hole. Black Bear Hole was an alternative solution that he agreed to until such time as we can maybe have a further conversation with Planet Bluegrass. Signs in Spanish and English is an excellent idea. I think we should definitely do that. And I think Ray would probably be amenable to that idea. And what was the other one? Oh, the rental price that Trustee Rogan brought up. Yeah, at this point in time, having not had this service in the park before, we really don't know what his bottom line is going to be, you know, how much his profit is going to be. And we have discussed with Ray that moving forward after the first year, when we get a good idea of how well his business does, and once people get to know that he's in the park and available, and hopefully that'll increase his business a little bit, then we would have a better idea of what kind of cost would be more fair for Ray and the town as well. And maybe look towards a flat rate fee with a percentage on top for the town. Once we see how he does for a season. And I think the other thing you were talking about was how is this going to impact our parks and what our plan is. We are definitely thinking about this, believe me. We're looking at it from all different angles. How can we keep the locals happy? How can we welcome visitors into our town and be sure that everyone has a good time? People aren't feeling too crowded in our parks. We are focusing on this and we will be providing a comprehensive plan in just a week or so, I guess, week and a half. So Marissa, did you think of anything else?
Oh, I think you touched on most of it there. But utilities, I believe that there's an electric meter that monitors the concession stand, and we can do comparisons off of that.
Thank you. Any other staff comments? Any other comments from the Board of Trustees? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I just want to say, I think one reason this got put a meeting before the general discussion of what we're going to do in the parks this summer is that the concessionaire needs to order some of the inventory in advance. And I think waiting till early May to when basically the busy season is about to start was a concern. At least that's what was talked about at the Parks Commission meeting. And I don't know if vendors online or not, but even those who raised questions about this, everybody has said that they're in favor of doing the concession stand. I am too, so I don't think the potential vendor should have any concerns about there not being a concession stand. It's just really a matter of nailing down some of the park activities that are going to surround it. So, you know, to the extent that that might assist the vendor in considering whether to go ahead and order inventory, because some of the things he's going to order are, you know, like safety flotation life jackets and tubes and that type of thing that might take a little while to get in and get stocked and that type of things. But I think basically I hear a consensus of the board that everybody is kind of in favor in principle of doing a concession stand, but just some particulars of surrounding park usage need to be fleshed out before we finally approve it.
Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely in favor of having a concession stand there. My only concern, and maybe I shouldn't be concerned, but is this vendor aware that at some point there may be limitations on the number of people in the park and has adjusted his business plan accordingly? And as I pointed out, does he know that basically in August and September, you couldn't float a toy boat down that river, and yet he's going to have paddle boards, kayaks, and tubes? That was my only concern, to make sure that he was aware of that and fully understands that his business could be impacted by whatever protocols we come up with on May 3rd.
Trustee Watt.
Yeah, I've said my most of my bit on that, and I'm going to follow up on the utilities portion as well. But I just want to say that I think it's I'm completely against the town trying to participate in this person's business other than be their landlord. We should charge a fair commercial rate for what is going to be basically a commercial use, and we should get out of the person's way, and we should not have our hand in their pocket. As Mayor Pro Tem Browning said, significant investment coming in year one, you know, significant risk being taken on by this vendor and so forth. We should not be greedy, and we should take our commercial rent and benefit from the sales tax of a successful business. Thank you.
Trustee Rogan.
Point well taken, Trustee Waugh. And so my question would be, and because I honestly don't know, is $1,100 per month kind of the going rate for commercial rent for something like this, or do we not know? I mean, I just don't know.
Trustee Waugh.
I can tell you that it is in line with what I paid for two portions of the shop at when I owned the dairy bar, was less than $1,100 a month, and that was a kitchen with equipment in it that was provided to me. So I don't know the current, but I don't think $1,100 is way off for a room with some electric power in it.
Awesome, thank you.
Administrator Simonson, can I ask you the question? Were there several businesses that applied for this capability?
No. Lisa, would you like to respond to the, I did not sit in on the interviews, but there was a team of people who did. So Marissa or Lisa, can you outline how many people responded, please?
Sure. We actually only received, once we put out the RFP, we only received one bid.
Okay. All right.
Say that we're lucky that it's a very well thought out bid and very well presented and very professional.
Thank you. Trustee Miller.
Don't you have to have 3, or is that not necessary?
That's for federal procurement. Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Caravas.
like to basically echo what Trustee Wall indicated, that it's our land to lease it, let the individual who wants to lease it from us rent the way he wants to, or the partnership, the group rent the way they want to. That's kind of the American way. As to selling items that may compete with a local business, well, by us leasing to them, they become a local business. Competition is good. So that's a good thing. I see it as a positive thing that the people that rent campsites from us, rent camping spots for their big campers, can then spend additional monies with a vendor that pays sales tax to us while they're already paying us to rent there. It's just like going to a resort anywhere. It's you pay to go there, plus you pay for all the other stuff. And so that's a good thing. I'd like to see this happen. I think with the years experience this group has in Estes Park is great, and is good. We're going to find out in a year or two how well this works out. I'm definitely for this, because this is exactly what former trustee and former Mayor Pro Tem Barney Draxler and I have been talking about since about 2014, that Lions seems to be missing as a business, with some of the best trails and mountain bike trails on the eastern slopes. We don't have bike rentals. We don't have rentals of anything, snowshoes, fly fishing gear. I can go to a place that I know Trustee Waugh is very familiar with in the Yampa Valley and get all that. And I have done that, and you can't do it here. So hopefully they will see this as an idea that maybe they won't rent a concession stand in a couple of years and actually have a brick and mortar building somewhere in our town as we expand and grow with mixed use development. And they could be here year round, renting mountain bikes, snowshoes, cross country skis, fly fishing gear, and whatever else is needed to enjoy the great outdoors, which we are a great launching pad for. And I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning that I don't think this needs to be delayed. Getting parts for running a business these days with supply chain issues still going on, I don't want to delay them anymore. And sometimes we have to take a leap of faith and give it a shot and see what happens and adjust it next year.
Well, he's taken a leap of faith, that's for sure. And it would be wonderful if indeed the gentleman was so successful that he ended up renting space on the Eastern Corridor and it became a year-round business. Any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Let me add one more thing that came out at the PRC meeting in terms of competing with local businesses. Part of the issue there in the park is that once people have entered the park and paid their $5 or whatever, at least they don't want to at least take their vehicles out. So people are reluctant to leave the park, go to a local business and come back because they might not be able to get back in. So this is really, it's sort of a captive audience, and the type of thing that he plans to sell there is not sandwiches or cooked hamburgers or hot dogs or that thing. It's really soft drinks and water and that type of thing that will primarily appeal to those who are already in the park and don't want to leave. So I think the overlap with local businesses it's there, but I think it's fairly small.
Any other comments? If not, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Resolution 2021-39 passes unanimously. That's what I love about this Board of Trustees. Discuss it and we come to a consensus. I really appreciate that. Trustee Waugh, your concern about 2021-43?
That wasn't me. That was Trustee Caravas.
I'm so sorry, Trustee Caravas.
Just wanted to make sure before we sign off on this, as Victoria has Public Works park staff walked through the park and verified the as-built.
Actually, we have flood recovery manager Sanders on the phone. I don't believe Dave is on the phone, but Tracy, did you accompany on a walkthrough?
We've done a walkthrough and all punch list items. They do have to do seed a few areas that they will still follow through with. But otherwise, we do have all the as-built, all warranty items, all procedure books and stuff like that on how to use the equipment. So we have everything completed for the FEMA portion of the project.
But have we verified the as-built? Because we didn't do that with the wastewater treatment plant and found out they didn't replace things we accepted they replaced.
Well, the engineer of record did sign off that the project is complete per plan. And we have received all the as-built data. I mean, I don't know how would you like that verified, I guess. I mean, we went through the engineer of record and they did approve all documentation and that the project's complete.
I think what Trustee Curtis, are you requesting that the town engineer review them as well?
No, if we've hired that engineer to watch over it and something comes up, as long as they're liable, we know we can guarantee they're going to be liable for it. That's great. That's all I'm looking for. We somehow have a contract with someone to verify, or we verified the as-built. It's our responsibility to do so.
Can we confirm that, Tracy, with the engineer of record? Okay.
Yeah, everything went through the engineer of record and they wrote a memo saying that the project was completed per plan. I'm not sure what happened in the wastewater treatment plant situation, but with the flood recovery projects, we have had the engineers of record receive and review the as-built, and they do the walkthroughs where we do the punch list items and they make sure they're complete before they sign off on the project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
You satisfied, Trustee Curtis?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
I just have a comment about the
assignments.
wastewater treatment plant. We hired Honeywell to be that person to sign off on those as-built.
Oh boy. Any other comments? If not, I'll call for the vote, Madam.
I didn't make a motion. I move that we approve 2021-43, accepting the public improvements of Bone Park Phase 2.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote then.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Careless,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Resolution 2021-43 passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, could you please read item 1 under general business?
Yes, item 1 is an agenda request, community garden on town-owned property submitted by the Lions Community Farm Project.
Staff background?
Yes, we have Yanni Jones and a representative of the community garden. Your little thing says Alex and Michael, but this is Vasi. And your last name, would you like to introduce yourself?
Go ahead.
Oh, you're muted.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Vasi Smith. Yeah, my son's names are on here. I'm not sure how to change it right now.
It's okay. And it looks like Florine is here too, representing the group.
Yes, Florine and Adrian are here.
Okay.
Yeah, should we just jump into our presentation?
Yes.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay. So I believe you received the materials from us. We were initially going to be combining with the Community Gardens Project, which includes Kate Zalazal and Bob and Kars. They have decided to go their separate way and to do that on their own. So we took them out of the members section, and anything referring to property number 233, we've taken out of our application. So just a note as we go through and present. And Florine is going to start off with sharing our mission, vision, and practices.
Go ahead, Florine.
I think you're on.
Maureen?
Sorry.
Yeah, we're unable to hear you. And are you needing to share your screen? No. Okay.
We still can't hear you. Do you want me to present this part, Florian, if your voice is not working? I'll get started. Maybe you can jump in a different section. So our mission, through creating regenerative ecosystems in our community, we hope to create a space where foods such as fruits, vegetables, herbs, nuts, and eggs can be enjoyed in creative ways by everyone. By spurring interest, involvement, and education for local and sustainable fruit, vegetable, nut, and herb production, we will develop greater food resiliency for the Lions community and beyond, supporting families and individuals in need. That's our mission. Our vision is creating a sustainable organization which provides greater access to quality organic food and education around regenerative agriculture and regenerative living for everyone in our community and beyond. And our practices, the way we do this, we hope to do this, we use permaculture and regenerative agriculture practices to help nourish the earth as the earth nourishes us. If you have the documentation, you will see a picture of a food forest, something like what we intend to create in Lions, and I can show you right here. So this is just an example of a food forest, which is the primary project that we'll be talking to you guys about. So our current goals, we are currently hosting a permaculture design certification course for the Lions community, which is accessible to all who are interested, regardless of financial situation. And it's almost full, I'm happy to report. We're hoping to plant a community food forest and children's garden for the community of Lions. And a food forest is basically, has food trees such as apples, pears, hazelnuts, hardy pecans, trees that grow in this area, as well as bushes like raspberries, blueberries, honeyberries, and then edibles on the bottom. So it's a whole system that's designed to be more self-sustaining than like a garden that you would plant every year, because it has more perennials. And as the leaves drop their leaves, that helps to compost, to create compost for the garden. So the idea is that it takes less human intervention, but of course it will take human intervention to set it up. And then we also are working on restarting and supporting a free seed bank in the Lions Library, and applying for grants and organizing fundraisers to help us accomplish our goals. In the future, we hope to find land to have greenhouses and animals and have a bigger farm project, but that's been years down the road. Yeah, and then Adrian was going to share about funding, what we have been doing so far.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I'm having trouble with my video. It says it's been disabled. The host won't allow it.
I'm sorry, who is this?
My name's Adrian Kirk. I'm with the Lions Community Farm Project. Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry
Hi.
about that.
It's okay. It's quite all right. So funding, yes. We have started a website for the Square platform to take donations to share our events with the community. You can find it on the PDF that Bossy sent you guys. We've also had donations gifted to us. We've been grateful for those. Manure, electric fences, mushroom logs, and one of the locals made our logo, and we're working on that currently. So that's another way of possibly getting funding. We hope to eventually sell plants that will sprout and grow in our own properties and sell for funds for the project. And we also plan to apply for the Goodwill grant, but I do have a question for you guys. We applied for the grant and we're still in the process of being approved, but
we applied for the 501c3 status.
Yeah, the 501c3 status, but we've been accepted but we don't have, and we have the account set up, but we don't have like the approval like from them. Would we still be able to apply for the Goodwill grant?
Administrator Simonson?
My understanding is, I would think, and maybe Trustee Miller, who's been involved with those, knows a little more detail. If it's in process, they may be eligible for a conditional grant until it's received.
Okay.
But I don't know how the board has handled that, or the committee has handled that in the past. Trustee Miller, do you know?
We haven't really run into this yet.
I didn't think so.
So, I mean, we would consider it, I think, since it's in progress. I would have to obviously talk with the rest of the committee, but if you could provide any sort of paperwork showing that it's you know, been applied for and that you are working on it, and if and when, I mean, when you get it, that we could potentially, you know, hold back some funds for you. You know, that might be a possibility. I would apply for it anyway, is what my point is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Volunteers. We have a group of over 80 folks on Facebook who are interested in the project. And every day, pretty much all my friends are like, how's the project going? We want to volunteer. So there's a lot of interest in town about it. And we also signed up with Lions volunteers, and we'll let them know when we're ready to start accepting volunteers through their project or their avenue. So that's that.
So the property that we've been looking at and talking to Yanni and Victoria about is property number 315 Park. And I believe you have received our application for that, for leasing that property. So it's right off of 5th Avenue. It's kind of in between some houses, and there are some trees in the area too. So it's sheltered from elements like the wind, which is very positive. It was also initially intended to be an orchard property on some of the maps we looked at. So that felt like a positive thing as well. It's a little bit outside of the main town. So we definitely have things in place to prevent bears from coming. But if they do come, they wouldn't be drawn into far into neighborhoods of the town. So we see those things as positives around that property. The requests we have from the town, we request help around water from the town board. We're asking for a spigot to be placed on property number 315 this year or the next. Alternatively, if a spigot is not possible, we're asking for a large container of water to be filled up every few weeks that we could use for watering purposes. And once we're more established, we wouldn't need as much water, but we would still need water, especially for things on the ground level, like kale or cucumbers, things like that, that we would be planting every year, but the trees would need less water over time. We're asking to be able to pay town rate for the water consumed on 315 if we were to get a spigot, since we are creating spaces that will serve the Lions community. And there is a neighbor who's actually maybe willing to let us use her water spigot, but it felt like we could be more self-sufficient if we had our own water spigot, because it can be hard to contact people, and if there's problems, it can lead to kind of conflicts. So, or problems with watering the plants, and plants might die, things like that. So if possible, we'd like to be more self-sufficient with water. We request that the food forest on plot 315 be insured under and by the town of Lyons. Someone sent the Lyons Environment Sustainability Action Plan to us, and it actually calls for community gardens and greater accessibility to food for a whole community, including the most vulnerable populations. And we believe that this project will help the most vulnerable populations because anybody can come in and take food, the food that they want and need. We're working to help make this happen and request to collaborate with the town and be insured under the Town of Lyons umbrella. We're also exploring no-till methods of soil preparation, so not using a tractor. Part of the reason for this is that it breaks up the soil organisms, the fungi and things that can really support plant growth. And we request permission to temporarily use animals such as goats or possibly pigs. This would be only for like a few days at a time with a temporary fence to help prepare the soil. And they would leave manure and things like that that could help eventual growth of plants. We also request permission to put beehives in a solar electric fence, which would protect the bees from bears on a part of parcel 315. It would be placed away from where many people would tread. Tyler Stellern would take care of the bees and put up the solar electric fence, and he's very knowledgeable and experienced with bees. He would also lead educational workshops on bees for children and adults. Another thing is we could use the town's help taking down a dead tree on the back part of lot 315 and turning it into mulch, which can be added back to the land. This isn't pressing, it could be in the next year or two, but there's just a big dead tree right there. And then anything else that the town can think of in terms of helping our project, we would love to hear your ideas, how the town can support this. Another thing we included was the Basalt Food Park, an article on that. Adrian and I went to visit that food park, and it's not a huge area. They actually have less than an acre, but they have a lot of different plants growing there. And we were there in the winter, so we didn't get to see it in its full glory. But they have plum trees, apricots, elderberries, cherries, just a lot of different things. And we hope to connect with them more. The founder was in Puerto Rico when we were there, so we haven't talked to her, but we hope to also talk to her about some of the things they faced. So if they can do it, we can do it. And that's our presentation. Thank you for listening and giving us space to share what we're working on.
Thank you very much. Yanni, as a staff member who's communicated on this issue, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that the buyout property in question is 315 Fifth Avenue. That's the address of the property through the tax assessor, just to make that really clear. I also marked it on the map, which is attached in your packet. Again, as Vossi indicated, please ignore the 233 circle on that map, as well as any references to that property in the staff report. I apologize for the lack of clarity around that. And I believe the only other comment I wanted to make was that we have received the application for licensing 315 Fifth Avenue from the Lyons Community Farm Project, but we haven't processed it yet through the licensing process because of the viability of this project is somewhat contingent upon the ability to secure water. So what we are looking for from the Board of Trustees tonight is essentially just some guidance on whether the board would be amenable to fulfilling any or all of the requests made by the Lyons Community Farm Project for the purposes of licensing this lot, after which we would begin formally processing the application.
Excellent, thank you.
Can I add one more thing?
You may.
Thank you. I just wanted to share that we submitted a preliminary design for the property that has elements that we're thinking of. But this permaculture course that we're actually engaged in doing over a 6-month period will take us through a process of designing it even more completely and really taking into account the elements on the land and using all the different elements to the best of our ability working with nature. So I just wanted to put that out there. So the first season would be basically working on supplementing the soil, and planting wouldn't happen until next year. So just so you have a sense of the timeline.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Trustee Lowell.
Thanks, Mayor. This sounds like a great idea to me. You sound like you got your work cut out for you, though. That land down there looks pretty bony, and there's a lot of cobble in it. I wonder, you certainly haven't done any soil analysis on that yet, have you?
A little bit. We did a very preliminary test. Adrian took some soil and we figured out that it was mostly sand.
Yeah.
We were going to do a more complete analysis. Florine was going to submit it. It was like a $20 test to figure out what more specifically what's in the soil. But we wanted to check in with the board first before we kind of go deeper into that specific plot of land.
Right. I was going to suggest that CSU does that soil test, which is
Okay.
very helpful. But let me ask you a question now. 315 is kind of small. So the adjacent lot 305, have you ever considered putting the two of them together for this, or is the 305 already licensed to somebody?
I don't believe 305 is licensed. We're very interested in 305 and would like to eventually expand to that plot. It currently seems to be kind of there's tracks there, so I'm not sure if it's being used like a driveway by some of the homes there. So I don't know if that might have issues with the neighbors. But we would be very interested in eventually expanding. But initially, it would actually be good for us to have a smaller plot. And it's not very wide, but it does go pretty deep.
Mhm.
So
I walk by there regularly, and I always thought that those two buyout properties would be combined into one. The only other thing is, have you talked to any of the neighbors down there? And I would guess I would ask Mayor Angelo this: was there ever any consideration for having a public hearing to hear the neighbors' input on this?
This is the first time that this has come to our attention as a board of trustees. But I think that public comment on any issue like this should be considered. Absolutely, Trustee Lowell. And I think that it would behoove the applicants, especially because of you're so invigorating, to basically communicate with all the neighbors and let them know what your intentions are, so that when we do have any public feedback, that hopefully it's positive. You can speak, Vassie.
thank you. Yes, absolutely. And we have actually done some of that legwork already. Adrian reached out to Barb, who's the landlord at 305 Fifth Avenue, which is directly adjacent to that property. She was the one who initially had said that maybe we could work together to get water, but there are various issues that come with that in terms of buying water from somebody and how does that work and how do you keep track of the water. But she was very excited about the project. And that was another reason that we decided to go with this particular plot, because we had been looking at a couple of different buyout properties. There was a tenant on the other side who we initially had thought about trying to lease the corner property off of Fifth Avenue. I don't remember the number.
I don't remember it either.
We could build a shed there because of the floodplain regulations and things like that. But the tenant there was very concerned, and so she emailed us a few times, and we decided not to pursue that particular piece because she did not want that kind of infringement on her kind of a space so close to her. And that's the reason why we're not so sure about 305, because it'll be closer to this tenant. But we have continued to email with her and sent the plans to her and the landlord. Have not heard back from that landlord on the other side. So if they're supportive, then we would be definitely interested in trying to expand to 305 as well. But we wanted to kind of give some room because there was a tenant who had concerns. So yes.
Yanni?
To your comment about the public hearing, Mayor, I did want to mention that part of the neighborhood lot licensing process that this application would go through is a 10-day neighbor notification period. I send out a notification mailing to everyone within a 300-foot radius of the proposed site. And then I receive any comments from that mailing, either by phone or email. So even if there's not a formal public hearing process, there is a method for public comment.
Excellent. Trustee Rogan?
Thank you. This is so exciting. I think this is a really, really cool project. And I'm so glad that you guys are doing this, and you seem so dedicated to it. And that is really exciting. I have two questions about the water. Are there grant possibilities to pay for a spigot there? And the second is about insurance. I'm curious about the cost of insuring this property under the town. Maybe Administrator Simonson knows a little bit about that process, because I sure don't.
Administrator Simonson, you've had your hand up a couple of times.
Oh, that's fine. No, Yanni addressed the issues as well as the 10-day notice period. When we adopted the Dr. Bott plan, every single property was given attention to talk about what would be appropriate or not appropriate there. So there was also the opportunity at that time, even though it sounds like these are now rentals and not home ownership. So I'm sure the tenants have probably changed. In regard to insurance, we did when the Rocky Mountain Botanic Garden chose their site, they also requested the same thing, and we looked into covering them under the town's umbrella. Basically, our insurance doesn't, because these can only be land and no really structures, our insurance doesn't insure the land. And so that's why it becomes really all we need on these properties is basic liability insurance. The Botanic Garden was able to locate and insure so that we were both named on the insurance, because the town will still own it even if we lease it to this group. So we will always be covered, but it would only be for liability if someone got injured on the property. We can look at it again. I mean, we can ask again, maybe things have changed in the last couple of years, but at that time they said no, the group, because they will be liable for the volunteers, the town should not be. We would both be listed. That was the preference of CIRSA a couple years ago.
Yeah, and I can confirm that, as I had this conversation with CIRSA as well. They wanted the group to take a separate insurance policy and list both the town and the group.
Yep.
Right. And I did ask Arima what her what they'd pay for insurance, and it's $1,100 for their plot of land, and this would be a much smaller piece of land. So
$1,100 a year?
A year, yes, a year. So hopefully it'll be a lot less for a smaller piece of land, but I'm not sure exactly how that works.
Don't lie to me.
So I don't know that we can, we can go against what our risk.
I understand. Yeah, I just wanted to throw in the
provider is recommending, but we can certainly do a more up-to-date request about it if the board wants us to. In regard to the water, the same request, we do have an arrangement with the Botanic Gardens, which I look at something, this is very similar concept of the public putting together an amenity for the public to use and enjoy. We knew that lot had been identified as one to be either a community garden or a botanic garden. So we purposefully left one of the buyout taps on that parcel. Now we do still have availability of some of those if the board would want to use one. Of course, as I just stated, we would still own it. It's not like you're giving a tap to another group. The town would still own it. We would just be utilizing a tap within our inventory. If it didn't work out, it could be put back into it. The Botanic Garden pays the wholesale rate for water, the same rate the town pays for our own water usage. So again, if it is being benefited by the community, it's really a call of the board if you want to utilize one of our inventoried buyout taps.
Further comments by the board?
But there would be the cost of installing it. I mean, so we would have to see if the town wanted to do that, you know, if we wanted to do that just with town employees. If we feel there's a public benefit there, or if that's something if you are willing to consider it, is that something you want the group to cover?
Mayor Pro Tem?
I had some questions of both the applicants and the staff on this. And is this the time we're questioning both at once? Is that how we're doing it?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Of the applicants, I wanted to clarify, is there already an organization, nonprofit organization formed and papers filed with the Colorado Secretary of State so that you're an existing Colorado nonprofit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And
But we are not yet accepted for 501c3 status because that can take up to 12 months. So that was filed in February. So we are, yes.
that was my next question. Yeah, I've had a bit of experience with those. So you filed your Form 23 with the IRS already and are waiting to hear back from them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
the
right.
1023 easy.
Those were my questions to the applicants. And as for the staff, Town Administrator Simonson already, I guess, answered it. For the Rocky Mountain Botanical Garden, we not only left a tap in terms of having the right to use water there, but there was a physical pipe connection left there from before that we didn't have to spend town funds or have the town staff actually put in. It remained from pre-flood days. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there's not one here. So we would have to put in, we would not only have to dedicate one of the inventory taps, but we would have to physically put in the pipes and the spigot.
We just depending on if the board was wanting to go forward with this, we can go out and do another kind of survey of the land to make sure there's not. We have found some yard spigots in some unusual places that might already have some piping to it. That would make it much easier, but we have not sent out a public works crew yet. Because we hadn't identified like where they wanted it to be, you know, sort of location on the property. The closer to the current water line, the better, of course, you know, to the street.
So we don't know right now whether there physically is a water pipe running there that could be.
According to the buyout papers, that when we closed on this property, it was disconnected from service lines. Yes. What I'm saying is I don't know what it would take at this point to put it back. We haven't like assigned anyone to go out there and do an investigation on it. The paperwork shows that it was decommissioned off of the water system.
That would be a big question to me. As you said, we're limited on public works staff right now, and we didn't budget for anything like that. So question number one is, what would it cost the town to do that? And then there's the insurance questions. I think you've already answered that. SURSA basically for the botanical garden said the town, the SURSA did not want to insure this, that Rocky Mountain Botanical Garden provides their own insurance. I would that particularly caught my attention because, I mean, do you see any problems with insuring a small piece of property that has an electric bear fence on it and the description involves children playing on the property? I mean, that caught my eye pretty quickly.
We actually have, it's in our code that you cannot have an electrified fence in town. So I think it would take a waiver of some sort from the board to allow that if you wanted to.
Okay. And next question, Rocky Mountain Botanical Garden, what do they do about base fees for water?
I'm trying to remember what we did there. I don't recall. Dolores or Aaron, do either of you know what we do for the base fee for them? I would need to look at our utility system. I think they do pay a base fee and then the wholesale rate for water.
Who?
The Rocky Mountain Botanic Garden.
Okay, I'd have to look. Yeah.
I know I'd have to look too. I don't know that one, but we can sure find out.
Yeah, because I mean, basically providing water at cost is one thing, but that's not the only cost for the town to provide water. When we provide water, there's also the infrastructure cost and the maintenance cost and billing costs, and the town has a lot of overhead when it comes to the water system. And So
We
that's,
can find that out.
I think that's an issue that would need to be addressed. And I
I'm
guess
pretty certain they do.
related to that too, I guess for the Rocky Mountain Botanical Garden, we send out like one bill per month to a certain organization, and they pay it just like any other water customer. We don't bill people separately, and we're not
Nope.
involved in
Nope,
collecting
that's correct. They,
share a water bill or anything like that.
yeah, they as a nonprofit organization get sent a water bill every month. And they pay it. I don't know how they collect their fees. They pay it.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Trustee Miller.
I was just gonna bring up the Christmas tree property and wondering if that was or Christmas tree house property, Christmas house property. What is that? It's like
just say Third and Park. Yep.
Yeah. Third and Park, wondering if that was a better plot of land for something like this, because it seems to be.
They've looked at it.
Oh, they have?
Yeah. Vasi, do you want to address that, or Flo, one of you, or Adrian?
Yeah, so Third and Park is what the community gardens project was hoping to use to set up the community gardens there. I think they're working with the town. I don't know how far they are in the process. We were hoping to go together with them, but they kind of approached us and wanted to go together at one point, but then we separated. So yeah, we're not considering that property because they were planning on using it for the community gardens.
They have a different model they want to consider on that parcel that's more like what we had before, where there's, 10 by 10 or 12 by 12 plots that the community leases. And so they are looking at a different model that's not based on regenerative and permaculture and education. It's just, they want to do just garden plots.
And individual plots that people can rent.
And I would guess you're going to hear from them in the next month as well.
There's two properties right next to each other there, right? Because
they want both.
They want both. Okay.
Plus, there's some issues there. There's quite a few mature trees, so the amount of sunshine that they get there is kind of limiting, on where to put your plots. But no, both groups looked at both lots, and Yanni went through, we pros and cons and with them, and this group has selected because they want more trees, and as Vasi said, plants that might attract wildlife. They wanted to be kind of out on the edge versus bringing bears into the community.
Any other comments? Trustee Waugh.
Yeah, I think this is a great idea. I do have some concerns if we're going to provide the water share and waive the water tap, and we're going to pay the money to hook it up, and we're going to give wholesale water costing. Sounds like we're giving a tremendous amount. So I'd like to see what the estimates are to turn water on the property and so forth before we decide what we're going to pay and what they should be responsible for. I know we lease use of a water share to others. It's not very expensive. It's a couple $100 a year. That might be something that we need to do for the water share in this case. But, I can tell from past experience, this town really likes to make sure we get every single nickel out of every single water share and tap and so forth. So I'm not saying that we should do that at the peril of this project, but there needs to be a point where we cannot give. I mean, we're talking about $100,000 of a resource in terms of tap fees, getting it connected, and the actual water to back it up. So this is a pretty significant investment in town resources. And I'm just, I see an ROI. I'm just not sure it's the best ROI for us throwing in $100,000 of costs or potential opportunity costs.
Trustee Garvis.
The concerns on the water, both Trustee Waugh and Mayor Pro Tem Brian pretty much hit my points on those. The question I have concerning, it was mentioned of a possible greenhouse or any other kind of fencing. Victoria, where does this sit with regard to floodplain permitting in the new maps? I forgot to look at the new maps that that came out a year or so ago, and I know we'll have to redo them when we finish the rest of the projects. But where does it sit now? Can a structure be built on that property, or is this down close enough to the river that with the FEMA buyout they can't be built?
So just to clarify, the greenhouse is not on this property. Greenhouse is for future we hope to obtain property that we can build something on. So we're not planning on building anything on this property, not even a fence at this point, if we can make it work with other strategies to with wildlife, working with wildlife in other ways besides building a fence. And yeah, we wouldn't be building anything.
But the question still stands to Victoria, where do we stand on these lots with the current mapping?
So the majority of this lot, at 2/3 at least, is in the 500 year. So they actually, from a floodplain perspective, could have a fence. It's really more that we've told FEMA we won't put any structures on it that have to be insured. So I think this is one that might be a potential to have more natural hedges and things like that, you know, as a fence. That would be allowed in the 500 year, where it wouldn't be allowed on some of the other properties. There's a very small portion toward the back north that's in the 1% chance. So even that, from a floodplain perspective, could have a fence if it was more than 50% open. But again, the intent of these properties is not to put any structures, but I think we could work with them in regard to hedging if needed for a fence.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions? Comments? I want to speak first, Vassie. I'm very excited. I think I concur with both Trustee Rogan and Trustee Lowe. I think it's a multi-year project that you're talking about. I think that that you know what you're talking about. I read the One Straw Revolution. I know about not disturbing the soil deeply. So you're knowledgeable. And I would like to see this project move forward. In regard to water, it's all about water. We've had projects that we've made exceptions to in regard to the inventory of taps that we could allot. We could do that for this project. But what I'd like to know is if the lateral has been removed from this property, Administrator Simonson, because the cost of attaching to the water line and creating a new lateral is going to be substantial. Do you know?
No, that's the question I was saying. We wanted to kind of hear if the board was interested in moving forward before we spend a lot of time on that. I do see Director Kaplan's on here. Unless he knows something more than I do regarding that, the reports from the demolition on this property say it was cleared.
Right, I do not know. I would say we'd need to verify. Just knowing how some things are, I would say we want to get out there and actually check and see and how much and what was done.
Okay. I mean, where are we as a board of trustees on this issue?
We could do some of this research while they're awaiting their 501.
Yeah, do we want to get more research? I think we do. Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
If you're asking for comments at this point, I was really making questions earlier because that's how we usually do things. I like the project. It's a good use of about property, good idea. However, there are some significant cost concerns for the town here, and would not be in favor of expending a lot of town resources to support this. The botanical garden really was minimal town resources. As Administrator Simonson said, we had an existing, not only tap rights, the ability to get water there, which is an issue with Longmont under our IGA, but a physical tap that we didn't have to spend any town funds. We left it there, so we didn't have to turn it back on. That is a significant concern. I would not be in favor of the town hauling water to this property. The town did haul water to the old community garden, but the water that it was hauling was non-potable well water that the town had, which we don't have anymore. Any water we would haul now would be treated water from Longmont that's expensive even to the town, and the labor and equipment costs of hauling water is not something that I believe I could support. And yeah, I think we've covered the insurance. The town should not be paying for insurance on this. If it's basically a private, a nonprofit project, they should pay for their own insurance. And so it's a good project, but there are some very serious cost considerations. And one thing that I think this changed a little bit from when it was on the agenda at the last meeting. There was a suggestion of using the next door tap to provide water here. I don't think that would work. I don't think Longmont would permit it. I think it would violate our IGA as I understand it. So I think that's probably a non-starter. But so good idea, but there's a lot of hurdles that need to be jumped through before I think we should formally approve it.
Any further comments by the Board of Trustees? Vassie?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you all of you for sharing your thoughts and your concerns. And I hear that they're very real and valid concerns about water. I'm curious, one of the things that we have as part of the plan, and of course that has to be approved as well, is creating a pond to catch water. There's a hill right there, and we can actually catch a lot of water. I wonder if we might be able to pump water if we're allowed to even have a pond on the property. I recognize that's a question. Would we be able to pump water from that pond so that the town doesn't even have to be involved in the water at all?
This is a water law question, and this is very difficult in Colorado. Counselor?
Okay.
Yeah, I cannot give you specific legal advice on this because I'm not an attorney for the organization, but you're probably going to need to consult a water law attorney because it's probably going to require permission of the state engineer.
Oh, okay.
Depending on what type of pond you're doing, how big it is, how long the water is retained, the interconnection between the surface and groundwater gets very complicated. Water law in Colorado is not for the faint of heart.
Not for the faint of heart.
Got it.
Yes.
For those light on.
In other words, they're the most expensive attorneys in the field. Any other comments by the board? So we'll get more information to be able to make a decision, and we'll have staff get back to you. How does that sound, everybody?
Sounds really good. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much for your dreams. Hopefully we can help you pursue them, and hopefully you're successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Yanni has her hand up, sir.
Yanni?
Hi, sorry, one last thing. I was just wondering if you think it would be a good idea to actually begin processing this application for lot licensure, to at least do the neighbor notification that there is a proposal for a food forest here, so we could solicit that feedback to gather for the next meeting.
I don't know whether that would be, it depends on if we get the information that we're going to need to be able to make the decision in time. You know, if you think, Administrator Simonson, that we can gather that information, then I would say go forward. If not, I would say hold off for now.
I can certainly, we can see if staff can get out there in the next week or two and try to bring you something, an update on the May 3rd meeting.
Okay.
But some of the other questions like about the reservoir and pumping from it, I don't know if the attorney can get that. I think we can bring you more information by then, for sure.
But perhaps it would be safer to hold off on the license processing.
Just
for
a
now.
couple weeks.
I think so. I think that would be wise, just to let's take one more step forward first. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please read number 2 under general business into the record.
Yes, number 2 is discussion direction on the status of plans for properties at 401 2nd Avenue, the Yoder property, and 349 Main Street, the Festivarian.
Staff?
This was brought forward as a request of Mayor Pro Tem Browning to look at 2 properties that appear to be rather unkempt, maybe dilapidated. The first one that we are taking a look at is 401 2nd Avenue, which is a property that was damaged during the 2013 flood. Went through 4 or 5 years of trying to work with the owner on how to finance either an elevation or improvements. Since that time, the FEMA maps that the town has adopted have changed. Now, what she was approved to do several years ago would not be allowed because this property is now fully in a floodway. So the property owner lives out of state. Staff was able to talk with her last week when this came up as going to be on the agenda. She did indicate that she would like to request an extension of her floodplain permit application and her building permits, both of which have expired because no work has been done in the past year. She did state she intends to repair the property and live there herself, despite it being vacant now for 7, almost 8 years. So that is her request. From a staff perspective, the permits have expired. And now that since that time, the new FEMA preliminary firms have been adopted, I think we need to completely look again at what can be allowed at this property, knowing the bottom level will definitely flood in any type of event where the river comes out of its banks.
So let's take these one at a time if the Board of Trustees doesn't mind. Let's see. Any comments from the Board of Trustees on facts that have been presented by Administrator Simonson? Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
I guess I have a question, which is, if the prior permit has expired, both the building permit and the floodplain permit, and those permits couldn't be issued if they were requested today, I mean, the prior ones couldn't because it's now in the floodway in the new map. What kind of, if we were starting from scratch today, what kind of permit could be issued?
What would have to happen is if she wants to do that substantial improvement that Trustee Karavis referred to earlier, then she would also have to elevate the property in conjunction with it. Previously, she only had to flood proof the basement because it was in the I think it was, I don't remember if it was the 1% or the 500 year, but now that has changed. She indicated to staff that she thought we would be able to just issue an extension because of COVID. She said she was not even aware that town hall was open and operating the whole past year. So she thought everything was just on hold. But she should have received notice. Well, you know, her living out of state may complicate things. You know, we posted the notices of the meetings where we talked about the maps changing, notified people if they were impacted. So, you know, this is really a decision of the board. I'm just saying from a staff perspective, this would require an exemption from the current flood maps if you wanted to allow that to continue.
Another question I had for staff on this, I believe this property was subject to, it had delinquent utility payments at one time and a payout agreement was done. What's the current status of that?
Town clerk?
I can answer that. That property was set up on a payment agreement plan because no payments had been made. That was set up for the December 2019 billing. Then no payments were made since February of 2020. They did file a lien with the Boulder County Treasurer, and we did receive a payment on that in March of 2021 to the amount of $915.11 when property taxes were assessed. But there is still an outstanding balance of at least over $1,100.
So the owner is in default under the payout agreement,
Yes, sir.
in substantial default. Okay. I guess other questions for the town attorney. Even if some new permit got issued, there'd be a time issue. This has been there for 7.5 years now. And there were permits issued before, but that didn't solve the problem. There were permits out there for a long time and nothing got done. Is the process that we would go through to try to force either something to be done or this property to be turned into a vacant lot, building demolished? Is that the nuisance process that's in the code? Is that our remedy?
That's certainly probably the easiest and most direct option available to town. I mean, there's other types of abatement actions you could take as well, including condemnation. But the abatement process in the code for nuisance is probably the most direct and neat.
So, I mean, condemnation would require a lawsuit, right?
I mean, eventually a nuisance will end up there as well if it's not resolved in municipal court setting.
Okay, but the nuisance process basically starts with some notices and deadlines, and if they're not complied with, ends up in municipal court. Is that?
More or less, yes. You can also file a nuisance abatement process under state law, which ends up in a district court.
Yeah. Okay. That's my understanding is we could notice that if you don't abate, we will and put a lien on your property for it.
So there's really, I guess there's three options. There's a municipal code option, which ends up in municipal court. There's a state option under district court for nuisance abatement, and there's a condemnation process as well for condemning for a public purpose, which would, if we had a public purpose in mind.
Okay. Those are my questions, and I'm trying to separate questions to staff or an applicant from comments, and they tend to get mixed a lot lately, and I think that's the proper process. And so those are my questions, and I'll have comments later after other trustees have had the opportunity to ask questions.
Trustee Lowell?
I was just going to comment. I've been walking by that house for 7.5 years wondering.
I think if we could just hold comments until all questions are completed.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I have no questions then.
Any other questions? Trustee Careless.
Victoria, some months back, actually quite a few months back, I've asked a couple of times to have the inspectors look at that back deck, and I know you indicated you sent me an update. To let this board know the reason I did that is one of the last times I worked on the property, the majority of the joists holding up that deck are completely rotted through. So any kid, teenager, someone in the neighborhood crawls on top of that thing is going to go through it. And half of what's underneath that thing is a concrete pit, stairway pit. It's a major liability. It's a concern. For us as a board, no, property owner. I don't want to see one of our residents' kids gets seriously hurt or killed from a head injury, God knows what else, wood penetration. What's it take to get a deck red tagged in this town and get it, force the owner to remove it, or so the town can remove it at their cost?
Same as a nuisance abatement, formal notices, certified mail, all that, and then so many days for them to repair it. Then if they don't, we say we will either repair it or remove it at your cost.
Why haven't we done that in the past? Since I've been asking a couple of times on this over the last couple of years.
Because for the last year, she had a building permit and you have 1 year to implement that. And then if not, now it's expired as of, I think, end of February.
Okay. And do we have any complaints from the neighbors?
I don't have any formal complaints from neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Trustee Rogan?
Is there a process for doing something like erecting a fence around a dangerous property?
Sure, we could do that as part of an abatement plan, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'd want to research it more. I have not had to do that, except for one point we condemned a property that an arson activity had happened, and we put a fence around it, and later condemned it as a nuisance. But I think anything short of that, we'd probably want to look into whether we could put a fence around it. It's involving putting up something on someone else's property without permission. So
I do feel that the current owner, she has hired a local person who maintains the yard, and I don't know if it's just the external property, but I feel from discussions and communications with her that she feels that she's doing what is necessary. She thinks it's okay. So I just want to make sure, since I don't think she's on the call, that there's a definite difference in opinions on whether this property is dangerous or not.
Madam Administrator, when she was on call with staff, did she become aware that she would have to raise that house?
Oh yeah, she was, that's how it all started, was she applied for the elevations program. And then the amount that they would grant to elevate the house wasn't enough to cover this 2-story house. And it's not only a 2-story house, half of it's below grade. So it got very costly. And she had to back out of the elevations program because it was so cost prohibitive. So then she started looking at what are my other options, and we looked at vacating the lower level because the top level's fine and could be lived in, but she wanted to maintain both levels. And then we looked at flood proofing. This has been 7 years of options.
The permit that she was granted, which had expired,
Yes.
did not cover raising the house, did it?
No, it was all flood proofing the lower level.
Okay, so now she has to raise the house because of the change in the flood map. Is that correct?
Either that or vacate the use of the lower level.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, she can do nothing. She can leave it like it is. It's just I won't approve a building permit as the floodplain administrator that the HVAC and other appliances are in the below grade.
Right.
Yeah.
Trustee Miller?
So I was on the board when she came to the board and wanted to redo the basement. She got special permission to do this foam spray stuff to insulate it from more damage, I guess. Then she didn't do that. I mean, I feel like she's tried. There's been lots of different things that have occurred with this property. it was on the MLS, it was at the bank for auction in October.
4 times it's been in foreclosure, apparently.
So if it's been in foreclosure that many times and she's in default of all these utility bills that she can't seem to pay off, how in the world is she going to ever get it fixed? How is she ever going to get it mitigated? Prior to, it's obviously unlivable the way it is. And now it's been sitting for 7 years with flood devastation. It needs to be torn down. It needs to be condemned and torn down, in my opinion. I don't foresee anything else being able to be done with it at this point. It's kind of a lost cause. I can't imagine that she could even fix it at this point. I don't know. That's just, I feel like we need to reach out to her again and say, look, this is kind of where we're at here. It's one of these, this is it, right? You don't have any time left. You either got to do something or we have to move forward with something, some sort of, because like Trustee Caravas said, it's that back porch, that back deck is dangerous. It's been dangerous for 15 years. I know the people that used to live in there, it was dangerous then when the utilities weren't even hooked up right. I mean, that's been a dangerous house for a long time, pre-flood.
What direction would the board like to take? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
So, yeah, this is the comments portion. Yeah, I believe that this property owner has been given chance after chance after chance after chance to do something with this property for 7 years. Disclosure, as part of Lions volunteers in the early years, I and a number of other volunteers, I think Trustee Caravas included, did some work on this house like we did on many houses in Lions. Didn't get any pay for it. It was pure volunteer work. But at the time we did it, it was anticipated that we were taking the initial steps to have it, rehabilitated and repaired under the town code and permits and that sort of thing. And it never happened. Since being on the board, the property owner has come to us and asked for variances in town codes, which in part were denied. As Town Administrator Simonson said, permits were actually issued, but they expired, and those same permits couldn't be issued now. To me, it boils down to, in terms of a new permit that would require elevation, well, as Town Administrator Simonson said, the property owner had applied for the elevation program that provided some financial assistance for that. But even with that assistance, it was just not affordable, because this house basically has cinder blocks in the lower story. You're not going to just be able to lift up those cinder blocks as is. It's not like you can just get under it with the beams like you did a lot of the houses in the Confluence and lift it up. That's not going to happen. It'd be extremely expensive if it's doable at all. So I don't think that's likely to happen. And the question that the town needs to face, both the staff and the board, is how long do we let these things stay there? 7.5 years? Are we setting a precedent here that you can just let your property sit and deteriorate and have dangerous conditions for 7.5 years? And all the town's going to do at that point is keep contacting you and asking what you're going to do? I don't think so. That's not my opinion. I think the town board and the town staff have a responsibility to the other citizens of the town and the other, particularly nearby neighbors, to take care of properties like this. Nearby neighbors can't do anything about it. They're one property owner. I guess they could file a private nuisance suit, but that takes a lot of money. What I think the Board of Trustees should do is set a deadline, and a fairly short deadline on this one because it has been so long, that either a proper permit is obtained, and not only a permit obtained, but construction actually begun by a fairly short date certain, or the town proceeds with the initially non-judicial process to send the requisite notices, make the requisite demands to start the notice process that would end the nuisance process that would end the municipal court. I'm not in favor of filing a nuisance suit or a condemnation suit in district court, but I think we ought to get the actual nuisance and abatement process underway. And not just for the building itself, but also for any safety concerns like the back deck that exists. That's kind of a separate process in a way of removing immediate safety concerns. And I think, in my mind, 60 days, so either to both have a permit and begin construction. And if that can't be done, then we start the process and we tell the owner what we're going to do, and we tell the surrounding neighbors what we're going to do. Because I don't like the idea of a property that's been sitting there deteriorating for 7.5 years, and the town just kind of wringing their hands and saying, well, the owner promised to do this and promised to do that. We gave them this break and gave them this much time under a permit. And it's past the point that we should just sit there. And it's kind of like what Trustee Lowell said about one of the Park Street properties. We shouldn't let it drag on this long. It's dragged on way too long now. If I lived next door to this, I'd be livid. We've already imposed on the residents Second Avenue to build the new bridge. I mean, they've had to live with that construction project for the last few months and a few months to go. And to also let this blighted property sit for 7.5 years in the middle of that neighborhood is adding insult to injury. And it's time we did something. That's my view.
Trustee Lowell, I know you wanted to comment, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No, what Trustee Miller said really resonated with me. I mean, she's in arrears on her utility bills. She's had a couple of foreclosure notices on the place. And now I look at building supplies that are astronomical in price now. This house is not going to be fixed. It's not going to be fixed. I live in fear. I assume there's still active power to the house because she must heat it in the wintertime to protect it. I live in fear we're going to have a serious fire there, in addition to whatever nuisance there is for the back deck or kids breaking into it or whatnot. So I concur with Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Let's begin the procedure. Let's give her a short leash, 60 or 90 days, and move forward.
Additional comments? Trustee Caravas.
I'll definitely have to concur with Mayor Pro Tem Browning and Trustee Lowell. As part of the Lions Volunteers Group and the chair of that committee for many years, the volunteers had brought in several different flood recovery building groups that rebuilt homes throughout the confluence and had repeatedly offered the services free of charge for the labor of doing all the work and providing the volunteers, and just building costs needed to be paid for by the owner. And some of those have been paid for already by the Lions Volunteers. And those requests to help rebuild the home as it was under the current guidelines of right after the flood were all turned down because the owner wanted to do it their way and continue to want to do it their way. And so basically has refused just about all the help that could have gotten this thing back on the market. Someone living in town. So the short lease, I'm definitely with that. There's a point to offering help. And in that 60 days before a permit, if a permit is filed for, it shall not be issued until all arrear payments to the town of Lyons are owed are paid. I believe that's in our rules anyway, but let's make sure that any outstanding utility payments have to be paid but we need to get moving on this because it is an eyesore to the neighborhood. It's, as the Mayor Pro Tem indicated, it's it's unfortunate for that neighborhood, and it may be decreasing property values for those neighbors. And if they're looking to sell, or we as a tax collecting body that prefer higher property values, as homeowners we do not, because we don't want to have to pay those taxes. But the reality is, it could be affecting neighbors' properties, and it's our responsibility to take care of this. And 7 years in, it's way beyond our responsibility. We just need to get this done. Thank you.
Further comments?
I just need a clarification.
Go ahead.
If the board would choose to offer a 60 to 90 day notice to bring the utilities up to date, be issued a permit and start construction, and then the owner comes in and says she's going to sell it, that closing is probably going to take 60 or 90 days. Does that get rolled in here too? Knowing that it has been on the market before and then she backed off. I think that's part of how this has been drawn out, is 4 times it's been, for sale and then taken back off the market. And so I think we need to just consider, what do we do about that scenario as well? If we give notice and then she puts it on the market at day 89.
First of all, I thought that the notice period was 60 days.
It was 60 to 90 has been talked about.
I think most of the board agreed that it was probably 60. I'm just amazed that somebody could be in arrears and in default on utilities, and this long a time has gone on without any conclusion. I would say that, and I would defer to council on this, that if she's going to put it on the market, that she should probably have to disclose the situation, shouldn't she?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, her realtor should disclose it, and if they don't, they may have licensing, issues. It's happened before, and there's been lawsuits on other properties where it wasn't done properly. And these issues will not go away just because it's sold. It'll be back before the town, and we will have to go. The new owner will be confronted with the possibility of either fixing the issues or, facing the same nuisance legal proceedings we're going to be potentially filing against the owner if compromise is not reached. So just to be clear that selling this property does not fix the issues surrounding it.
But I also had people call me when it was on the market and they were interested in repairing it, or tearing it down and building something else so we didn't lose another lot in town, because it can be buildable. You're just going to have to elevate a house, if you tear it down and start over.
Right.
But what she was asking for did not make that, feasible, knowing what that was going to cost as well. But that's just another scenario that I know we have faced over this past year. She also, if you recall, the governor said that you could not take action against people who are unable to pay their utilities over the COVID. So I think all of that has played into this situation.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
You're asking the question, what effect should listing it for sale have on the town's actions to either get a permit, get it under construction, or start the nuisance process? I think it should have zero effect. That's such an obvious further delay thing. And chances of selling this when it's in foreclosure, it has all in the floodway and everything. If somebody wants to come in and do a quick purchase and contact us and say that now they're a new owner and they've got the financial means to elevate the house and everything, we could give due consideration at that point to some new owner. But I don't think it should have any effect at all. I think we should go forward as if she's going to continue to still own it. And if a new owner actually buys it and shows up and asks for help and can show financial, wherewithal to actually do something, then we can obviously stop the nuisance process at any time, but we shouldn't allow that obvious delay tactic.
I agree 100%. The rest of the board, Trustee Miller,
I concur.
Trustee Wah,
I concur. I would just like to point out, and for the record again, that there have been no neighbor complaints. This is something that's been completely brought up, I think, from this board. It has not been brought up from the neighborhood.
Trustee Rogan,
I agree. I think it's really unfortunate. My concern is around safety, and I can't remember who brought up the possibility of a fire, but it's a huge concern. So I think we need to do what we need to do to make sure that the neighborhood is safe and the town is safe.
Trustee Lowe,
Yes, go forward.
Trustee Caravas.
Move forward.
Okay, you have your direction, Administrator Simonson.
Attorney Dittman, is there a 60 or 90-day notice I need to follow, or can we follow up on that, please?
Yeah, we can follow up on that. I think the notice is by our creation. I don't think it's a legal notice that we're required.
Okay.
To, but
I'll talk with you about that tomorrow.
Okay. There's no legal requirement in saying you must.
That's what I was wondering, and both were mentioned here, and it does take a little time to get some of these actions going.
Is the board okay with 90 days notice as being the policy? Is that okay?
That takes us all summer.
I don't have a problem with it if it's going to take some time to research it. How do you feel about that, Mayor Pro Tem? Are you willing to compromise?
The 60 days I had suggested was simply for her to, I'm not doing a legal notice there. It's really like, how much time do we give somebody?
Well,
and my suggestion was 60 days for her to obtain a permit and get it under construction, get a construction contract. That's not something I'm pulling out of the code. I just think that that's fair under the circumstances. And so that's what I'm suggesting. And 90 days, another 3 months. I think that's too long, is my opinion.
Trustee Miller,
I think 3 months is too long too. I think 60 days is plenty.
Trustee Caravas,
60 is plenty, as far as I'm concerned.
let's see. Lowell, I'll ask you your opinion again.
60.
That's it. That's 4 board members.
okay.
That's 60 then, Counselor.
Okay. So I think the plan will be that we'll give them 60 days to pull a building permit, and if that doesn't happen, we'll initiate the abatement process under the municipal code, and then we'll of course update the board when that happens.
Thank you, sir. 349 Main Street, Festivarium. Staff?
This property was issued a permit for a remodel back a year ago, February 27th of 2020, for some minor demolition, upon which it was found that they were doing more than the permit allowed. So we issued a stop work order. Since that time, this building is owned by Mr. Craig Ferguson, but he has an operating agreement with Oracle Lynn. And so it gets kind of confusing. Oracle wants to pull the permits and things, and I always tell him, no, it has to be the owner. So they had a stop work order. It appeared that they had removed some structural walls inside, and so the integrity of and safety of the building was in question. That's why the stop work was issued. Since that time, we have had several meetings again with the owner, the construction manager, their architects on their plans to remodel this building into a boutique hotel. And so we told them that they needed to get, they went beyond the permit in regard to the windows, and that's part of the reason those look awful. But we have met with them, and what date did we do that? March 9th. So 4 weeks ago, We came to an agreement on what needed to happen on the exterior to make this building look like it's actually a remodel project and not a blighted building. And they agreed to it. They pulled the permit, and now 4 weeks have passed and nothing has happened again. I called Mr. Ferguson on Friday to let him know this was going to be brought up in this meeting. And he told me that he is selling the property and they're scheduled to close October 30th. I informed him that it's still your responsibility in the meantime. I don't believe anybody's on the meeting tonight to address it from their perspective. So again, a building permit, you have a year, but they had told us and promised us actually that they would make the exterior improvements immediately, which 4 weeks have now passed. And we're heading into visitor season. I told them I wanted it to appear that there's work happening here, you know, versus looking like it's fallen apart. And they also promised to repair the sidewalk that's over a year old too. It's become a tripping hazard for the public and needs to be done before we head into our high visitor season.
Questions for staff or council? Trustee Miller?
I have a question about the fact that, so Oracle is operating it, but Craig's owns
He's the
it.
owner of record. Mhm.
Is he selling it to Oracle, or you don't know?
No, he's selling it to now an independent, another group.
A whole totally different party.
Who also wants to convert it into a hotel. We have had meetings with them as well, and they have hired a planner that we've met with who've also said, and architects, we have not received their plans yet. I think they're waiting for the closing to make sure it's going to happen before they spend too much money.
But they're not closing till October?
No, end of this month.
Oh, you said
Craig said they're going to close, no, April 30th.
Oh, okay.
Further questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
At one time, not long after the stop work order was issued sometime last year, I think, if I remember right, I think it's prior, I don't remember if it's this year, this board or the prior board, time runs together lately. There was at one point, I think, where the town wanted to go in and look and inspect inside and see if there was a structural integrity problem.
Mm-hmm.
Has it been done yet?
We have not been inside the, I shouldn't say that. They may have very recently, like in the last 4 weeks, allowed that, but I don't believe so. I don't, that we were waiting for.
Yeah, I thought they did have an engineer say it was structural. I thought we did have.
Oh, they did, but I don't think our staff have ever been inside.
Okay.
So,
yeah, no, it does say that a structural engineer on their half has submitted a report saying its integrity is fine. Our staff have not been in.
either the owner or I'll call it the contractor
Mhm.
denied the town the ability to come in and inspect is at some point.
They need to be invited in unless we have some form of
At one
legal
point,
action to go in.
at one point we had discussed getting an administrative warrant to go in, but I have not been asked about that in some time. So
we had said we either want to be allowed in or you need to provide us this letter. And then they submitted this letter. What was the date? Just recently, March 9th, 2021. They submitted, it took them a year to submit a letter from a structural engineer saying the building was structurally safe.
Did the letter describe the construction changes they were doing at the time to
Not
stop
yet.
work?
We have not received those. We've asked for what was the existing building and what are your plans for the new building? We have not received those.
So we still don't really know what they were actually doing in there when we did the stop work order. We just had some idea from looking in the windows what it was going on.
Well, and from the outside, they did not have permission to remove the windows.
Okay. Does the new hotel or whatever they're planning to do there, does it require any kind of a development plan review process? I know it's possibly a remodel, but
It will definitely, because my understanding is they want to buy both lots, this lot and the lot where Moxie Bread is going, and combine the lots. So it will definitely have.
Moxie Bread just signed a lease at the next lot and is about to move in there soon. That doesn't sound like a viable.
No, they want it to be retained as a restaurant. It will serve as like the restaurant for the hotel as well. But they do want to combine the lots, so that will take some other action, yeah.
So wouldn't that require a development plan to be filed?
I don't know that it will be a development plan since it's not a change in use. I don't know until we see what they're planning. I really don't know. You know, now that it's going to be new owners, they may scrap the plans that these guys had. We just don't know. We haven't seen the plans yet.
I'm kind of curious about that process because, I mean, you know, it's been applied to a lot less significant developments than this. I mean, it's clearly more than 2,000 square feet, which is one of the criteria. I just wonder if there's not more at issue here to get something done on that property than simply a building permit. Because I mean, if something does require a development plan, we don't issue a building permit, right? Until it's gone through the process.
Correct. No, the current owners are submitting this as, this was just, they wanted it to be a remodel of the existing hotel.
Okay.
That's all. And so that was different. Now the new owners, from what I'm hearing, they want to purchase both lots, combine them and do something bigger, but that has not been submitted as an application yet.
You mean the prospective owners who have it under contract?
Yes.
Okay. And have the prospective owners who have it under contract, I assume, have they hired a contractor?
They want to use Oracle.
They want to use the same contractor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all my questions. I'll have comments later.
Any further questions? Trustee Miller? Oh. Trustee Caravas.
During this whole process of this building being worked on without a permit, it getting stopped, it's sitting there. There's a small corner, the front part there, that northeast corner that looks to be a barber shop and occupied, and people go in and out. Is this building occupied and have patrons going in and out with it sitting like this and not to code?
Yeah, my understanding, and Aaron, help me if you can. My understanding is that none of the remodel part of what was happening affected that section. So what they were issued a building permits for and what they did are very different. So yes, originally the people are still there because the permit that is in place doesn't do anything over there. They were just supposed to be a minor remodel.
But the work they did outside the guides of the permit affected the whole building, did it not?
The engineer now says, no, it didn't.
What I'm getting at is we have
we know what you're getting at. I understand that. I'm just saying that
patrons or our residents to go into a building that may or may not be structurally sound. I don't think any of us, if we owned a rental property in town that was looking like this, but we had a little closet open for people to go in, would be allowed to do that.
No.
My assumption from the building permit was we did say that the engineering was okay. And that's why we were pulling the stop work order. And they did get a new permit a month ago to do just the work to remediate after we wanted to do the remediation. So again, the initial work was done before anyone knew what was going on. And then when there was something that came up that said, wait, this is not what's supposed to be being done, a stop work order was issued. With the stop work order, you can't do anything. So there was no way for him to fix what was wrong. And then we went in and tried to see how we could resolve this. And so we needed the engineering report. And I was pretty sure that building thought that the engineering report was okay.
Yeah.
And so they then said, okay, we can actually now allow you to go in and fix what was done. So they pulled a new building permit to fix what was done, but nothing has been done on that last permit to fix the windows.
Have any interior walls, floors been cut into, removed?
It looks empty. I was allowed in to go do the backflow prevention testing. So, but that was 3 or 4 months ago.
My understanding is that, what was it? They would not let us in. I'm trying to find, I had a note. They would not let us in to read utility meters. Let's see, town clerk. Did you comment about that?
I did. This was back, we were trying to go in and get rereads on it. And because they hadn't switched over the utilities were still in Craig Ferguson's name. Oracle was coming in and paying them. And, you know, they'd not try to get in. Finally, we'd get a hold of Craig and he would say, well, you need permission from Oracle. He's renting. So it was just kind of a thing, but Aaron did say that they did let him in to check the backflow. But I don't know if the guys ever had any success just figuring out who was going to even let him in, because you'd get a hold of one and the other one would tell you get a hold of the other one.
So there are separate meters, there are multiple meters on that property, or in that building?
I believe so. One for, is it the hair salon? And then the separate one.
Okay. Yeah, because a serious concern is if walls are removed, depending on where those meters sit, that salons' main feeds could be exposed. And that then in any simple way, shape, or form that's occurring or has occurred, we've dropped the ball again. And that should have been rectified, and it's illegal. So, but now that permits are pulled, it looks like it's moving forward. We need to make sure that gets taken care of, because if any of that salon's wires are exposed, depending on where they're coming from, we should have known that. We should have inspected that, because that's dangerous. It's a life safety issue.
Did the original permit allow for the destruction of the porch in front?
Yes. It was only the porch front and some minor demolition inside of non-structural walls.
Okay.
But not the removal of the windows.
Any further questions? Okay. Comments? Trustee Rogan.
I don't trust for a second that they didn't remove any structural walls. And I think that we need to get somebody from the town in there to take a look at what's going on. I'm not sure I trust their engineer's report. I don't believe they've given us any reason to trust anything that they say, quite frankly. And it's an issue of safety. It's an issue of public safety. So I think before we do anything else, we need to get in there and figure out what's really going on. I don't like the handoff, this person calls that person, nobody can get in. To me, that's just super suspicious.
For us to do it, we would have to hire a structural engineer. We don't have one on staff, of course, and even our engineering firm you have to get a specialty structural person in. So just know that. That's why we told them, you provide us a letter from a structural telling us that it's that it's safe. So that is something to consider here. Again, they were the ones who said, we want to get this done immediately. So we got this permit issued, 4 weeks, nothing. So I don't know how long, we want to allow for it to look better. it did sound like Mr. Ferguson was just going to say the new owners can deal with it in a couple weeks. I don't know why I keep turning orange either. I'm sorry, guys.
Additional comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
In many ways, this has some parallels to the other property we just discussed. Hadn't been 7.5 years, but on the other hand, this property sits literally in the middle of our main street. And we just at the last meeting approved a $30,000 contract for a Main Street beautification this summer. And we're going to allow this property in the condition it's been in for over a year to sit there all summer. What good does it do? We might as well pull our contract for beautifying Main Street because it's not going to be beautiful and it's not going to be attractive to tourists with something like this sitting in the middle of it. So I really think I'm not suggesting, and that's why I said something about precedent before, that we should let this one sit there 7 years. I think given its location and given the resources of the owners and the contractors and even the new owners, that we should be less lenient when it comes to time. There's a dangerous condition on the sidewalk that's been there for a year, and we want to attract summer tourists to Main Street. I mean, what are we doing here? And the idea that the owners, the contractors, or whoever's responsible that day would not let any officials from town even come in and look at the interior of the building is just flabbergasting to me. I don't understand why the town would issue them any permits under those circumstances. That ought to be step one. And do we really have to have a structural engineer to tell us whether they've knocked out interior walls or taken out support beams? Most experienced contractors could give you a once over on that. Might not be something you'd ever want to go to court on or take a final action on, but just the basic inspection of what's been done with the support beams and what's been done with the walls and are there any exposed wires and that type of thing. I don't think you have to hire a top structural engineer to tell you that. And here we are with the same thing we just discussed on the last property. Oh, we've got new owners coming in, so give us more time. Well, this may be less time. And if we did something similar to the last one, 60 to 90 days, that would give them time to close if they're really going to close at the end of the month. But we don't know how real estate closings go. They get postponed. Just the fact that it's under contract now does not mean it will necessarily close. And I think putting some type of a deadline on this one to either get a construction permit issued and a contract underway I think time needs to be considered for that. I don't think just painting the outside and putting in new windows for the summer really solves the problem here. We have a deteriorating, non-usable, vacant, blighted property in the middle of Main Street. That's something that to me is a matter of urgent concern, and that this has gone on for more than a year already. We've got a whole URA formed and funded for 6 years now on the theory that we're going to try to do something about blighted properties. That's the reason for URA, but we've got another blighted property coming up later in the agenda. What's the town's concern really about blighted properties if we just let these sit there and then let our own property sit there for 11 years? This is in general, an area that we, the town, and I mean the board and the prior board that I was on and the boards before that have dropped the ball on. It's our responsibility to do something about this, and we haven't done it. And I think we need to get going. And I'm open to suggestions about what deadline we put on this property, because I say it hasn't been there as long, but to me it's much more serious. But I think the same general approach is appropriate here. Set a deadline for whoever owns the property, whoever the contractor is, to bring us a viable remodeling plan, get a permit, and get started on it. And not just, oh, we got a new owner, start the process again. I don't think that worked on the other property. I don't think it should buy time on this one. the owner ought to know if there's some kind of a warning period in place or grace period in place that I better get going. If I'm going to buy this property, I'm going to have to get active real quick to satisfy all the concerns the town has. So I come out kind of the same place, but maybe with a slightly different deadline of let's set a deadline for either them to get going on the remodeling, properly permitted with a licensed contractor. And oh, I meant to ask that question. Is Oracle a licensed contractor?
Is he whose contractor?
Is the contractor who's been working on this Oracle? Is he a licensed contractor?
Yes.
Okay. So they ought to have a licensed contractor and a viable plan. I need to look at whether this requires a development plan or not. It may not if it's just a remodel, but I guess it depends, like you say, on what they want to do.
We don't know. So, and like I said, the year, you have a year to get your building permit, as long as you're showing progress. And so that's why a year goes by. He shows a little progress every time we stop by, and then the stop work, and then, so it does go by. The new permit was to occur immediately, and both the new owners and the current owner, you need to know the new owners are really eager. They are showing progress. They've hired a planner that's been in touch. I do believe they will follow through immediately, but there will be planning processes probably prior to a building permit being issued.
Okay. I just think we need to set a deadline for real action to occur on what's going to be done with this property and not just painting it and putting in new windows. And that's
that was supposed to happen though, to fix the windows, paint it, fix the sidewalk, so it at least looks better while they're doing their planning, because it will take time.
Yeah, I understand, but that's just a temporary cosmetic.
Yeah, that was a temporary cosmetic fix. Absolutely.
Doesn't solve the problem. So I think we need to basically set a line to get the long-term problem solved.
Additional comments? Trustee Warren.
That building has been there and in that condition for an extended period of time. And if you've ever been inside of that building, you'll know that there's not a level floor. There's not a square doorway. If you put a marble anywhere in there, it's going to roll away from you at high speed. It has been a year, but it's also been a COVID year, and it's also been a lot of uncertainty and so forth. So, while I hear that it's a big building on Main Street, and we're sick of it looking that way, they have a permit, and I think they should be afforded some time. And I think if there's public safety issue, then we should address that issue, and we should address it with the current owner so that it is in some way that passes with ownership, that requirement in the case of this. I know most of the people involved personally. I've talked with all of them, and I agree with town administrator. I think this new group is going to bring a little bit more vigor and a little bit more discipline to any other owner or operation that's been there. So I don't like to look at it either. I didn't like to look at it before. If I could have bought it, I would have bought it before Craig did. But I also know that building needs to be torn down, or it needs extensive work, because before it can be anything, it needs to be square and level and able to support itself, which I'm not even sure it could do. So, but not trusting people who are licensed professional engineers, and they're putting their reputation and their credentials on the line. So I don't like their structural engineer, because that is a licensed professional structural engineer in the state of Colorado who is putting their words on there. And the last thing I'll say is, I wouldn't let the town in either if I was Craig. The way that we've treated him over the last year, I wouldn't let them in either. And there's no need for them to be in there. There's no need for the town to be in there, other than if they're inspecting something as it relates to the permit, from my perspective. So I'm not surprised at all that they would not let the town board in. And I'll tell you, it's this kind of stuff that makes people not want to develop things on Main Street, because it's, oh, what are we going to get out of them? And they better hurry up, and we don't like how it is. And, this whole conversation, just let's give us some time to get it done. And yeah, it's been a year, but we also had COVID for the last year. So can we give somebody a little bit of a break in terms of everything that's been going on? That's my personal opinion. Let's fix the things that are safety. I'm sorry it doesn't look good. What about, there's plenty of other properties on Main Street that could use that windows and paint would make them look a lot better. So it's not just this one thing on Main Street that's blighting the entire Main Street. And I think we're over exaggerating that.
Additional comments? Oh, I've got a few. I've been in that basement. I've been in that building. Trustee was right about no perfect 90-degree angles. And I would venture to say that if the new owners are smart with the addition of the lot that they're going to use to the west, I think that they will eventually tear that building down and start from scratch and build a really stable, beautiful hotel. And what we have to keep in mind is what that's going to add to the URA coffers. So, I mean, I've had the pleasure of speaking to the prospective new owners. And I told them I was in the basement and I think that it's going to end up being beautiful. I don't know whether if we put a time limit that it's going to be relevant, because I think that the closing is going to be sooner than the timing that we would want to impose on the new owners doing the work. So that's the faith that I have in the new owners. I don't know whether Administrator Simonson agrees with me, but I think that this project is going to move very, very quickly once it changes hands. And I think that it's going to end up being a driving force for downtown, and something that we've all had dreams about for a long, long time. And that's having enough hotel rooms to make Lyons more of a destination spot. Any further comments? Did you hear what I said about the timing and the possible closing time in regard to the new owners, Administrator Simonson?
Yeah, I was here. I just
You think that there's a need?
put my drops in.
You think that there's honestly a need to put a time limit on them being able to abide by the new permit?
I agree with you that I have a lot of, I think there's a lot of excitement, momentum, and professionalism with the new group. However, the contractor is the same. So that does concern me. I personally, we just issued that 4 weeks ago. I would like to be able to give them a little more time. I told them we wanted it done prior to Memorial Day, when things pick up. So we have another few weeks. Whether it's done under the current ownership or the new ownership doesn't matter to me. The outside, they're working inside.
You froze, Administrator Simonson, for a second.
I think, okay. I think the outside needs to be repaired, no matter if it's the current owner or the new owners, while they're working on their inside plans. I do consider, when I look at the picture that's in our packet, that is blight. And I think there's a bigger safety concern about the sidewalk. If he isn't, I wouldn't mind doing a timeline on that. You need to get that repaired soon, or we will do it ourselves and charge you.
What is the pleasure of the board, Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a suggestion. So if this is supposed to close by the end of the month, then we'll be dealing with new owners at that point. Let's put this on the agenda for the second meeting in May and see if that happened. And maybe between closing and that meeting, the new owners can tell us what they plan to do and when. But I agree with Administrator Simonson. Between now and then, whoever the owner is at whatever time, they need to get that sidewalk fixed before we have summer tourists and festivarians of walking up and down that sidewalk. That is a safety issue and it needs to be addressed now. So.
Counselor, can we repair that sidewalk and send them the bill? Or is there a notice process to that too?
I'm not fully prepared to address all the requirements. I wasn't prepared that this would be on the agenda, but I believe I would take Mr. Simons's where there's a notice process. I know a lot of municipalities have similar provisions where they can go repair sidewalk and bill the adjoining property owner.
Additional comments? So what is the direction of the board? Would we like to, per Mayor Pro Tem Browning's suggestion, wait and deal with the new owners if indeed the closing happens when it's supposed to? Trustee Miller? Trustee Miller?
I don't really care, to tell you the truth.
Trustee
One way or
Wong?
the other.
I think that's the most prudent way. And, you know, I think we
Mayor
should
Pro
wait.
Tem, is that acceptable to you?
I'm sorry to basically reschedule this for 30 days and then deal with the new owners and in the time decide what needs to be taken care of. Yeah, I think that works.
Okay. Trustee Caravas?
I agree. That's fine.
All right. That's the consensus of the board, I believe. I asked everybody. Okay. Madam Clerk, could you please read item 3 under general business into the record?
Yes, item 3 is discussion direction on the listing for sale, the Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant located at 2186 Apple Valley Road.
Staff?
Again, this was requested by Mayor Pro Tem Browning to have a discussion with the board. This property, staff did as much research as we could get done in that 2 weeks on it. Unfortunately, it's pretty vague, the background on this property. This is located up at the north end of Apple Valley. It is 2 lots. Originally, it was just 1 lot, 2186. And apparently, we purchased it somewhere prior to 1970, but I don't have an exact date and I don't know from who. There was a building permit, however, issued by the county in 1970 to build a water treatment plant. And over the next 10 years, it was used as such, or not even 10, it was the next 20 years, it was used as such. And improvements were made that we can find building permits for. Somewhere around 1989, we bought the second lot adjacent to it, which is just to the north, for plans for a possible expansion of the plant. And then in the early 90s, Boulder County requested a perpetual easement of a slice of that second piece of property, a piece that is actually under the bridge and to the north, a hair, north and west, kind of the way it sits. And we did find the quitclaim deed for that. Then in the late 90s is when we started having problems with water quality. And I think a decision must have been made to either make the upgrades to the plant that were needed, or we looked at becoming a consecutive system with Longmont. And in 2003, we entered into the contract with Longmont. We never used the second piece of land for an expansion. And approximately 2005, the plant was decommissioned. Since that time, it has remained vacant. It is blighted. It has had noxious weeds cited by the county on the property. In 2012, I pursued what it was going to cost to demolish the plant. And at that time, I got one verbal bid from a local excavating company for $110,000. We did do a asbestos in preparation for demolition. There was very little asbestos on site, just a little bit under the sinks. And then we had a flood, and this got put on the back burner. And so now the plant has been sitting there since approximately 2005, vacant, blighted. And just in 2019, we entered into that agreement with Dave Miller Ditch for an easement on the property for a solar array pumping out of the river for their ditch needs. Other than that, it has just remained on the town's list of properties owned but not utilized. So there was a request for some background on this and whether or not the board wanted to discuss taking what its status should be.
Questions for staff? Trustee Lowell.
Yes, Administrator Simonson, is the property ever patrolled or checked out by our Public Works Department? Does anybody ever go up there and open the door and see what's going on, or if there's any mischief afoot up there?
Not very often, actually. In about 20, gosh, I don't even know when it was. In my tenure, CIRSA even took it off of the insured list.
Oh.
They were like, this has no value. You have it properly protected by a fence and gated and locked, and maybe once a year staff go out there. The sheriff patrols the area, of course. We went out and unhooked the electric. Around that same time, we did the asbestos and demolition bid. But then when the flood came, we just didn't have the money to do that project, not knowing what other projects, were going to cost. So it's just been sitting there. Our guys, they go up to check the water tank regularly, so they drive by it. There's a visual outdoor check, but unless someone reports any shenanigans from the outside, I don't think they regularly go in.
So is it still covered under the town's umbrella liability policy?
Yes, it's covered under our liability, but they don't insure the structure or the land.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions? Trustee Miller.
I know there was a solar array workshop thing a couple weeks ago. And there's already solar arrays out there, correct, from the ditch, or would that be a good, if we decommission or demolition the plant, would that be a good spot for that? I don't know.
The problem with that spot is that we don't have power out there to then hook our power we're generating to. Our power ends at Eagle Canyon. And so you would have to run a primary line all the way up to that site to be able to get it on the grid. And that's in Longmont service territory.
Got it.
Otherwise, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Further questions? Trustee Rogan.
Is it possible to build on that site? Like, could somebody decide to purchase it and build a home?
Sure. It's a very buildable site.
Do we have any idea what it might be worth on the market?
No, I think that's the question tonight to be asked is there an interest in finding out?
So,
Trustee Watt?
or water tap or water on the property?
There is water on the property. Not a tap though. I think it was actually a well at one point. You know, with it, and maybe Aaron, if you know the answer to that, or Dolores, help me out here because this was decommissioned prior to my time. But there's no municipal water to it, of course. It had its own intake of raw water. And I believe there was a well that serviced toilets and things.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't either. I could certainly look it up for you though.
Yeah, but there's not a municipal tap.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
The solar array that's out there, that's not actually on the town's property, right? That's on the neighbor's property, if I remember.
No, it's on an easement. We provided them. Oh, no, you're correct. You're correct. The array itself is on the neighbor's property. The easement to get there and run things to it is on our property.
Okay, yeah, that I thought I remembered that at one point they looked at putting it up by the road on the non-floodplain portion of the property. Then they eventually moved it down actually onto the neighbor's property, although we gave them an easement to basically run water over it. Okay. And then also, this is also from memory. I think that prior easement we had on there ran through the top part of the property, or ran through the middle of the property basically, but we moved that easement back to the lower floodplain portion of the property. Is that right? That's my memory.
That's correct. It actually runs on the west edge or south, I guess. It's kind of distorted there. The south edge of the property and south and east.
Okay.
In regard to developability, Trustee Rogan, I want to go back to that. It's a developable lot, but the majority of it is in a 1% floodplain. So there would have to be some either elevation. If you put a structure there, part of it's in the 500, most of it's in the 1.
Where the actual building is, which is higher than, and it drops down behind that building down toward the river. I was looking at the maps in the file, and it looks like there's, I guess, let me put it in the form of a question. Is there enough property that's not in the 100-year floodplain to put a house there?
Sure. The whole plant is in the 500 year. Or no floodplain. The whole plant itself is not in a floodplain.
That's what
it's everything from the back of the building to the lot to the river, which is a large lot.
Right.
So if you're willing to put your house at the front of the lot, there's no restrictions.
I mean, there's a lot of houses on Apple Valley Road that have the house on the front and it drops off down to the river. There's the floodplain back there. So, I mean, that's you could, as far as you know, you could build the house on the front part of the property.
Absolutely.
And not be in the floodplain.
Absolutely.
Further questions? Trustee Watt.
When can we put a for sale sign out front?
That's a great question. All right.
I guess one more question there, and that is maybe for the town administrator or the town attorney to list this with a realtor to put a for sale sign up, as Trustee Watt says. Does that require an RFP, or is that something that's within the town administrator's discretion to basically take proposals from local realtors and pick one? Or is that something you have to do an RFP on?
It's under $10,000, so it should be within the town. I would assume it'd be under $10,000. It'd be within the town administrator's discretion to do that without an RFP.
Okay.
Trustee Caravas.
Concerning what Trustee Miller brought up, electricity generation, I know we don't have any power up there or any of our power lines, but we buy power from Longmont Power, do we not?
Yes. Well, I mean, we have an account with Longmont Power.
Yeah, but do they supply power to us on the Eastern Corridor, to
They
our
s-
public works building?
Yeah.
to
Oh,
our
sure.
wastewater
Yeah,
treatment plant? Okay,
yeah.
okay,
And the water tank out there.
okay. So if power were to be generated there, whether it be by us and you can horse trade, that could be done. But in getting rid of the property, so we just don't have to deal with it, period. We could also approach, without having to put up for sale sign, approach Longmont Utility Department to see if, as we purchase one of their defunct plants, they could purchase one of ours if they have a need to generate power. So maybe are we allowed to get rid of the property if we find a buyer without a rep, Brandon, without having to go to RFP? If we just go to Longmont and say, hey, you guys want to buy this from us? You can generate power, do what you want with it, and they like the idea. Can that be done?
Of course, there's no requirement we have a real estate agent to sell the property.
All right. Thank you.
Trustee Lowe.
All this talk of electricity generation, I think if you look at that site, I think you'll find out that it's really not feasible for a solar farm out there. The way its orientation to the north, plus the way it slopes down to the river and the surrounding landscape. So the other question I have, and it was brought up when I was reading through the materials, if we decide to sell this property on the open market, is it true that we need to have an election and support of the residents to dispose of this?
So if a property is dedicated to a public purpose, then it needs to have an election, particularly if it ever was or is currently park land is the one that typically triggers that requirement. However, if the land is not being currently used for any governmental purpose and has been declared a surplus, then you can sell it without an election.
Perfect.
Would it make a difference? Would it make a difference if it was owned by the enterprise?
No, it wouldn't make a difference if it was owned by the enterprise or not. It's about whether it is or ever has been used for a public purpose. In this case, it has been used for public purpose, but if it's no longer being used for a public purpose and is being declared surplus, then you could still sell it.
Trustee Lowe.
Okay, so let's declare it surplus property. Let's find a realtor who'll give us an appraisal on what it might bring on the open market, and let's move forward. I think this thing has been sitting vacant now for 15 years. It's not doing anybody any good. I think it's a serious liability. We can say it's fenced. That doesn't prevent people from breaking in there. It doesn't prevent transients from making it their home. I think we just need to get rid of it. I'm all for it. Let's do it.
And just to be clear on the surplus resolution, that would happen at the time of sale. We don't have to do it now. We can list the property prior to taking all those steps.
If there aren't any further questions, we'll enter into the comment phase. Are there any comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I want to be clear that the request for the agenda item was to list it for sale, not to sell it. Because it's very possible we list it for sale and anybody who's interested in it might look at the demolition cost and decide to make us a token offer, make no offer at all. So we don't know what it's worth. I'm not in favor of paying for an appraisal on it. I'd rather just list it for sale and let the market tell us what it's worth. I'd also say that this is far from the first time that this has been discussed by a board. Trustee Caravas and I have been on opposite sides of this for a while, but most of the times before that it's been discussed have been in workshops or just passing discussions, and there's never been a definitive vote one way or another. And that's one reason I requested this in the form that I did, of let's just decide whether to list it for sale or not initially. If we get an offer that we can decide, is that a good offer? Is that offer not enough money worth pursuing? Or if we get no offers, then we know we've got stuck with a pig in a poke that we have to do something with someday. But let's just list it for sale. And we've never been in a position where 7 trustees have been asked to say, are you for or against listing it for sale? And I would like to get a direction clear direction from everybody was my purpose. And I, for one, would like to list it for sale. And I'm glad to hear that it's within discretion of the town staff to interview and get into a listing agreement with a local realtor. We've got a lot of good ones in town. They're all over Main Street. So let's put some of that expertise to use, list it for sale and see what we've got. Do we have a property that could be of some value to the town with the proceeds presumably going to the water fund? And we've got a lot of potential uses for money in the water fund these days. Projects, lawsuits, we can do a lot of things with it. But let's list it for sale. And you know, to me, it would be hypocritical for the town to take action against the other blighted properties that we've discussed, and to just continue to sit here and twiddle our thumbs on our own blighted property. So I think we have an obligation, just like we have an obligation to address the other two. I think we've got an obligation to address our own blighted property. So let's list it for sale. That's my opinion.
Additional comments, Trustee Lowe?
I just have a question on that, Mayor Pro Tem Browning. So when you list something for sale, you're just letting the real estate agent assign a price to it? We don't have any say in it? I mean, how does that work?
He or she can probably advise you on what asking price to put on it, or you don't have to put an asking price. And just because you list it for sale and somebody makes an offer, you don't have to take it. It's just you have an offer. Maybe we get multiple offers and maybe not. It's really let the market determine it. And I would think from knowledge of real estate transactions and stuff, it would be this is a hard one to put a price on. There aren't comparables. This is a unique property in a unique location. And let me clarify something too that I forgot, which is initially my questions to town staff were about two properties, the one that the plant sits on and the next one. And between the staff and Chairman Kerr from the UEB, I'm advised that there are easements granted to Boulder County on the other property, the one that was bought in 1989, and Boulder County has made some improvements and uses that. So the suggestion is really at this point, just list the 2186 property, the water treatment plant property, not the other property. It seems more complicated and that would really complicate things. So it would be really just the water treatment plant property, only not the one next door. That's my suggestion.
Other comments? Administrator Simonson.
I would feel remiss in not bringing up an item without someone here from the Park and Rec Commission. We are debating about numerous buyout properties that Boulder County is offering us in Apple Valley. And the uses on those are extremely restricted. This is a property that we already own that we could demolish and use however we want to use. So I feel like that at least needs to be identified and kind of addressed, that why would we consider taking on a bunch of properties that have no use when we own two properties here that can be used and are really prime spots for some parks and recreation put-in areas, or maybe potential concessionaires or whatever. I just feel like from listening to your conversation and listening to those conversations, it seems, I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around why would we get rid of this one and take on others that have significant issues.
Trustee Wah.
Well, I guess I'm a little confused because I think every time we've talked about the town taking on those properties from the county and on Apple Valley, we've indicated that it wouldn't be a great idea for a number of reasons.
I don't think that's been decided.
I think town staff is talking about all the great things they could do on it, but this board has said, I think on multiple occasions, that we have no interest in those properties because of the conditions and restrictions on them. With that being said, so that's just my opinion, and I'm getting some head nodding from the other trustees that I think agree with that. But I guess this property could not be further from town and be on Apple Valley Road. So therefore, I think if we were going to look at other properties, we would probably want to get them closer to town that could be part of town services and all of those types of things. So, I don't know why. This is how this conversation has gone for the last 10 years. Boards want to sell it, town doesn't want to sell it. So we are asking this board to ask for a recommendation. So we appreciate your input, but to be honest, it gets frustrating when this board has said on multiple occasions that we do not have interest, or it does not seem to make economic sense for us to take those properties from Boulder County, for you to bring it up in such a way to say we're considering it, because
Excuse
this
me, I don't
board
mean
is
to
not
be.
considering it.
Wait,
Action has never been taken on those lots, ever. I have
It has
never
not been
gotten any
taken,
direction.
but it has been discussed by
guys,
this
one at a
board.
time.
It
Do
is
not
obvious.
interrupt. Administrator Simonson, let Trustee Waugh finish. And that I will call on you right after he's done.
He was making misstatements. I'm
I
sorry.
am making a statement, and I am entitled to make a statement, and I am entitled to make it uninterrupted by you. And also, Administrator Simonson, this is indicative of behavior that I have talked to you about before. This board has had discussions and discussed it. We are not interested in
I'm
that.
sorry. I don't
Please do
recall
not
that.
interrupt me. Do not speak. I am speaking. This is something that you and the town staff want.
I do not.
Has said on multiple occasions, we are not interested in it. So for you to bring it up and say, well, we're considering, is disingenuous at best. Thank you.
Trustee Rogan.
I was involved in those potential buyout property acquisitions when I was on the PCDC before I was elected to the board. And my recollection, and I would be happy to go back and look at all of the minutes, was that this board did not decide one way or the other about those buyout properties. We decided, and I can't remember why, but we decided to punt the decision. So, and I am happy to go look up the minutes for that. So I think that's an unwarranted attack. And I would say, let's list this property. I don't think it's feasible to put, any sort of parks and rec facility so far away from town. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't think the Apple Valley neighbors would appreciate it. From what we heard about the buyout properties, it's not something that they want up there. Put-ins and whatnot. So I say let's list it. Let's just do it and get it done and get it over with.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My recollection also is that this board decided to punt it for 2 years. There were some of us who expressed reservations or actually opposition in my case as well to taking on those properties, but I think it's fair to say we haven't made a final decision as this board. We basically put it off for 2 years. But I can answer Town Administrator Simonson's question about even if at some point in the future we were to consider one or more of those other properties as some type of a recreational asset, why we would sell this one that we already on. There's a very good reason. This property doesn't go down to the river, and those others do. The private property owner where the solar array is owned, stretched down by the river behind 2186. So the one we're talking about selling, it doesn't go to the river according to the Boulder County map. So in that sense, a recreational use for river access is not feasible. So and I also agree that it's so far removed from town that the idea of some of those others, if you could ever use them for that purpose, would be really close to town. You hope it attracts some people to the area if that's what you think should be done. But this one wouldn't. This would attract people out of town. So I agree with Trustee Waugh in that respect. This doesn't make a good river access property because, as far as I can tell from the map, it doesn't go to the river.
Additional comments? Administrator Simonson.
First of all, Trustee Waugh, I did not mean any disrespect, but I have never been given direction on any of the properties in Apple Valley. I also thought that they're still being considered. And actually, I thought Trustee Lowell was a huge proponent of it. So I'm confused. I never thought there's ever been a decision. So I meant no disrespect. And never in my 10 or 11 or 12 years I've been here, have I ever indicated I didn't want to sell this property. And so I would like to correct the record. I have never said that. I have never received direction on this property in all these years. I'm actually the one who asked, can I get a bid for demolition? And I did that, and I did an asbestos report. I would love to have the building demolished. No problem there. I simply asked a question. Why, if we're still looking at 10 other properties when we own them, I just asked why. I just felt remiss if it wasn't addressed for those people who are still considering doing something with Boulder County properties. So I apologize for interrupting. I did not mean disrespect, but I felt you were misstating several things there that were not accurate.
I still believe that it's not accurate to say we are considering, because we tabled this for 2 years. So we're not considering, we're not considering, we're not talking about it. So to say we're still considering is disingenuous. I stand by that.
Further comments? Well, I was under the impression that it was the Planning Commission that didn't want to consider the Apple Valley properties and put a 2-year hiatus on any decision making. What I find fascinating about that is the capability to be able to annex without contiguity. We've talked about that, Administrator Simonson. There are very few of those properties that could be allowed to be annexed because they don't meet the contiguity guidelines. But nonetheless, I don't consider that germane to the conversation, and I support 100% listing the property. Now, do we want to pay a real estate agent a certain percentage, or can we put a sign on it and advertise it for sale by owner? No? Okay.
No, you don't really want to do that. You don't want the town to be a real estate agent. I'm not averse to paying a real estate agent a reasonable percentage of the sale.
Okay. All right. So let's give direction. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
List it for sale with a professional real estate agent who can give us good advice about how to get the maximum price.
Trustee Lowell.
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Waugh.
Agree.
Trustee Miller.
List it, but I don't think you should list it with really any of the real estate agents in town unless they have specialization in properties like this, because it's not your average property. The real estate agents that we have in town sell houses. They don't sell properties for towns. So I think that there's going to be some issues with what they're going to list it for or how they're going to list it, etc. So there's going to have to be some research done on that.
Trustee Rogan.
I agree. And I agree with Trustee Miller. Let's find somebody who specializes in this kind of property.
Trustee Carafas.
I agree. List it with as been mentioned by the last two trustees, someone that can sell properties that are a little bit unique like this and can market really well, like a building with an indoor swimming pool.
Administrator Simonson, see if you can find a a real estate agent who specializes in municipal property sales, and let's move forward. Okay.
Wait a minute, Mayor. I think we may need some more discussion and direction on what kind of real estate agent. We've got some great local real estate agents who deal in both commercial and residential property. Probably the most highest value for this is as a potential residence. I don't think I'm not in favor of trying to find an out of town real estate agent who specializes in blighted municipal properties. I don't think there is anybody who does.
There were four trustees.
I'm in favor. I'm in
Four
favor.
trustees that agreed with that position.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, yes, I did. Trustee Miller, Trustee Rogan, Trustee Caravas, and me. That's four.
Okay.
That's four. So Administrator Simonson, let me repeat, without any exorbitant expense, see if you can find a person who specializes in divesting municipal properties. If you can't, then we can revert to a local real estate agent. How's that? Okay.
I will check with locals first to see if any of them have that experience, and if not,
Okay.
move beyond that. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's fine.
That's fine. It sounds good to me. I just don't want to automatically exclude all our local real estate community. Jeez.
Okay. Is that acceptable with everybody? All right. Madam Clerk, could you please read item 4 under general business?
Yes, item 4 is discussion and direction on lodging tax being collected by the town on town-owned properties.
Staff?
This was an item requested by Trustee Waugh to bring up as a future agenda item. And we included items in your packet from previous discussions. Here, I'm gonna get over there. The ballot language that was from the election in 2018 regarding this issue, minutes from previous meetings, and the ordinance regarding the lodging tax, as well as the code. So this was a discussion and direction to staff.
I'm happy to speak to it if you'd like. I can keep this
Me,
short.
Trustee Waugh.
I can keep this short. I think you all know where I stand on this. I just wanted to say a couple of things. So first of all, does it really make a big difference, $2 on a campus site? And I'll tell you that it does. And I'll tell you why that it does. Because it is the largest supplier of lodging in the town of Lyons, is the town. And if you read the ballot initiative, the way it was written, I believe that it's somewhat misleading insofar as that it says any hotel room, motel room, lodging room, motel, hotel room, guest house, bed and breakfast room, eligible campsite or other similar accommodation located within the town will pay this fee. Sure, if you read the ordinance and read every word of the ordinance, it says specifically, and Mayor Pro Tem Drystad is the one who excluded the town from the description of persons. I will tell you that this is a very small step that the town can make towards being responsible and responsive to business owners in town. The ordinance was initially set up to collect all of that money to pay for the impacts of short-term visitors. Actually, it was initially set up to promote events and other things that would create lodging. It was then changed specifically in reading the minutes. I had an excellent opportunity earlier to converse with Trustee Waugh from the minutes in the meeting. She agreed with me in every way, like normal. No, I'm just kidding on that regard. She did give me some feedback I was upset with her for changing the wording and asked why. And to be honest, part of her reason for why was she didn't want this money to just go into a general fund. She wanted it to be allocated towards something. As I said at our last meeting, if we had collected all of the sales tax last year that we should have collected, the town would have paid 61% of all of the funds that were collected in the lodging tax last year. Instead, they paid zero. There was one provider of lodging that did provide 60% of all of the lodging tax provided last year. Very successful business here in town, but they were the only ones that paid it, or paid 60+% of that. And I think it's very frustrating for town businesses to consistently see the town pass ordinances and, like in this case, at the last moment, at the second reading, change the intent and change and remove the town. The average campsite cost in Colorado to camp in Colorado is for a site with water and electric, costs between $32 and $41. Adding this $2 will keep us within that range. Laverne Johnson Park was recently rated as one of the best campsites in Colorado. It's also been rated one of the best campsites near a national park. It is a premium campsite. There are free camping available within less than a dozen miles in every direction from the town of Lyons on Forest Service property. So this is, if you're going to stay in our beautiful $5 million park, you should pay the $2. And I think it would go a long way for this money to be collected. And it would also allow for us to count very easily, divide the dollar number by 2 and see how many guest nights were stayed rather than in the town of Lyons during the previous year. So I will not bring this up again. I promise I will not bring this up again, but I am sick of the hypocrisy of the town passing these things and then basically letting themselves get away without paying it. That $10,000 should have gone into a fund and should have funded activities in the town of Lyons this year. And unfortunately it didn't, because it wasn't collected. So that's all I have to say. You guys can say whatever you want, ask me any questions, but I just want to keep this fair and equitable, and it would go a long way towards the businesses in this town, for the town to not even pay the $10,000, to collect the $10,000 and keep it in its coffers. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? Trustee Miller?
Are we doing questions?
Yes.
Okay, I would just have comments. So,
Okay. Any questions? Comments? Trustee Miller?
I 100% agree with Trustee Waugh. 100%. I did at the time. I didn't even think camping should be added into this ordinance at the time, as a matter of fact. Because it's a lodging tax. It should be put on. Never mind. It's too arduous to go into, but for absolutely 100% on Trustee Waugh's.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Trustees are always entitled to change their mind, so Trustee Miller has apparently changed her mind since she joined in the unanimous vote on Trustee Drystat's motion to exempt the town from the lodging tax, but she's certainly entitled to change her views. That was a 7-0 vote back then, and we voted on it once for this board already, 6-1. To put this in the record again, the town camping does not compete with any other local business. It doesn't compete with the $179 or $200 Airbnbs or tiny homes. It doesn't compete with Planet Bluegrass, because at least until this point, when Planet Bluegrass is offering camping, it also leases this Laverne Johnson Park. So there's no real competition there. There aren't any other private campgrounds in town. It does not cost the town $1,000 a year. It doesn't cost the town anything because the town, as the trustees have recognized and the staff has recognized since day one, if it wants to make $30 a night off of campsites at Laverne Johnson Park, and they think that the town staff has surveyed the market, which they do every year in setting these prices. They want to net $30. They can either charge $28 and with a $2 tax added on and net $30, or the town can just set a $30 fee. It's simpler to do the $30 fee. It reduces the bookkeeping. There's a genuine reason to do it as a fee rather than a $28 plus $2 tax. Not only does it simplify the bookkeeping, but all of the revenue from the tax goes into the general fund. The revenue from parks fees goes into the parks fund. If we split the same amount in between $2 for tax and the rest of it for a parks fee, then we're going to have it split between two different funds. I think the proper place for it to go from the camping fees is to the parks fund, because the parks would have to be upkept and maintained and patrolled and so forth to make these campsites work. So I think having it all go into the parks fund is the thing to do. We don't need a tax to know how many people stay at the parks. We do have a reservation system for the campsites. We know exactly how many people stay in the parks. You don't have to count $2 a tax to do it. We have that information available already. So that's totally unnecessary to do a tax for that. So different boards in different years, either unanimously or 6-1, have voted to basically set a lump sum fee price for camping in Laverne Johnson Park. There are good reasons for that decision. We should continue to do it that way.
Further comments? I'll get to you in a second, Trustee Rogan.
I actually agree that the town should pay the fee. I think it's I think it was the intention of the voters when they passed this, and I think that's what we have to keep referring back to. I kind of take issue with the town trying to get away with something by not paying these fees when it was actually the Board of Trustees who decided that the town shouldn't charge these fees. So let's just be clear about that, you know, the town policies are based on what the Board of Trustees says, right? So, but I do think in the interest of fairness, in the interest of goodwill, we should collect those fees. I want to see how much it would cost to change our systems to collect those fees, what sort of labor it would take on a staff that's already working really hard, sometimes doing way more than one job. So I'm in favor of it in general, but I think I need more information about what it would take to implement.
Trustee Juan.
I'll just agree with Trustee Rogan. The ballot said for lawful municipal purpose, including but not limited to the cost of accounting for the impacts of short-term visitors to the town. It does not say the impacts to the parks of short-term visitors to the town. It says impacts to the town. And I would say that we saw in 2020 that visitors to our park had significant impact to our town outside of the parks. And to be honest, I think those $2 shouldn't go to the parks. They should go to other things as it was laid out in the ballot, as including but not limited to accounting for the impacts of short-term visitors. And yes, it is going to cost a little bit of time and effort and accounting time for the town to do it, just as it costs everyone else who pays that fee. So it is the exact same burden that was been put on all of our businesses that previous boards have been happy to just say, we don't need to deal with that because it's too much work and it might cost us a little bit more because it's accounting. It's called accounting because we're accounting for it.
I do not appreciate your tone. I'm sorry. I've had enough of that. I'm sorry, Mayor, but I will not be spoken to in that manner. I demand respect. I think everybody deserves respect.
I apologize. I don't know what I said or my tone that's annoying about it, but it is accounting. It's accounting.
I didn't get that trustee Wah was addressing any comments that you made. Trustee Rogan, was that your impression?
It was my impression, and it doesn't matter whether he was addressing me or not addressing me. That tone of voice is not respectful.
I agree. Mayor Pro Tem.
One more thing, I guess I should have said this earlier. I thought maybe it's not generally understood. That it's not fair for a town to pay a tax when businesses pay tax. Towns don't pay property tax. Towns don't pay sales tax on purchases. In general, governments don't pay taxes because they're in local taxes. They're taxing themselves if they're paying. We don't pay income taxes. It is common for towns not to pay taxes. It's not unfair or prejudicial compared to businesses. That's just the way things usually work. It is actually unusual for a town to pay a tax. So that suggestion that somehow this is unfair to businesses or something is simply not true.
Additional comments? So what is the direction of the board? To leave the policy as is or to change the policy? Mayor Pro Tem?
Leave it as is.
Trustee Lowell?
As is.
Trustee Rogan?
Change it.
Trustee Wah?
Change it.
Trustee Caravas?
Leave it.
Trustee Miller?
Change it.
We're going to leave it as is by a 4-3 vote. That's the direction, Madam Administrator. Discussion of future agenda items. Would anybody wish to submit a future agenda item? Trustee Rogan.
Yes, this was Director Mitchell's suggestion after the last Consortium of Cities meeting, and I think it's a great one. We haven't had a conversation with our new county commissioner, Mara Lokamine, and I think I might be mispronouncing her name. I apologize if I am. But I think it would be great to have her on an agenda, have her give us an update about what's going on in the county commissioner's office and provide her with any feedback she might want. I feel like it's, like Kim was right, it's past time for us to develop a relationship with her.
I actually received an email from her requesting that exact situation. I brought that up to Administrator Simonson, and she suggested that perhaps we could have all three of the commissioners. So Administrator Simonson, will you pursue that and see if we can get 1, 2, or all three commissioners to join us for a wonderful session, please?
Sure. It was, yeah, actually, I don't remember if it's just protocol or if there's written somewhere, but we used to meet formally at least once a year, sometimes twice a year with the commissioners. And not only have we not met with the new commissioner, we haven't met with those who have been seated for a year.
Okay. Any other future agenda items, Mayor Pro Tem?
This isn't a new item. I think it's on the May 3rd agenda, but I wanted to, this is kind of, I guess, more in the direction of, more in the nature of staff direction, but I wanted to second Trustee Lowell's comment from earlier that when we discuss the parks as a future agenda item, that I would seriously like to see a suggestion in a proposal of a reservation system to manage crowds with some type of a component to allow for at least some degree of local use on weekends. Basically, maybe something like the Rocky Mountain National Park system and only reserve 90% of the places and reserve 10%, leave 10% for locals on the weekend, something in that nature. I'm not suggesting those exact percentages, but I think the reservation system is where we need to get to on the parks, and I would like that to be part of that future agenda item.
Thank you. Anything else? anybody would like to discuss in the future? It's not necessarily an agenda item, but I brought it up a couple of times, and I would like an evaluation to go out as soon as possible. We're now into the fourth month of the year, and I just think that that would be a really great way to get an idea of how the board feels about our town administrator. So if we could get that to the board members sooner rather than later, I'd certainly appreciate it. Anything else? Summary of action items. Madam Clerk?
Okay, I've got a follow-up on 435 Park and the McCain property, follow-up on Martin Parcel, the public trail, request for bat houses by the ponds, more information on the community garden request, a follow-up on that, issue a 60-day notice to 401 Second Avenue to obtain building permits, with the Festivarian rescheduled to the second meeting in May and work with new owners. And list 2186 Apple Valley for sale with agent with municipal property experience. Did I miss anything?
Got a couple more. Look into if there's any CARES Act funding available for potential for cameras in the parks. I had one other one I saw here. The fiscal impact of utility, a comparison on utility costs in regard to the concession. We're going to look at that. Installing signage in Spanish, as well as changing the language regarding illegal aliens. Some work to do on that. Yeah, the big community farm project in regard to utilities and insurance. There's several items there.
So I also have 427 Park, an update on that from staff.
Yeah, I don't have anything on that. I don't, yeah, we can follow up on that. And then I do want to spend a little, it wasn't a board directive, but I want to find out a little bit more about that salon at 349 Main and if it's safe to be open or not. And then just the new items you just brought up under future agenda.
And then I also have looking to the nuisance processes if the two abatement kind of periods don't work out. And then we were going to look into sidewalk repair for the Festivarian as well. I think it was the Festivarian if the new owners don't fix that.
It is. Got lots of follow-up this time.
Trustee Watt, did you have something? I saw your hand up.
No, it was mentioned. I just want to make sure we can see the accounting of the utilities that are incurred at the concession stand because it said that they would be increasing.
Okay. Is that it? Any other items by anybody?
Just a reminder that we have a special meeting Thursday night on Planet Bluegrass issues, and we will get your packet out as soon as possible tomorrow.
Okay.
Don't expect it at 8.
Don't expect what?
Don't expect the packet to come out at 8.
Not at 8. No, not tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And that is scheduled at 6 p.m., not 7.
Okay.
So watch your agendas on that one.
Okay.
Please.
On that, I should have informed the board that during the reports that Trustee Rogan and I, as the subcommittee, and Administrator Simonson do have a meeting scheduled tomorrow with Planet Bluegrass representatives to try to once again see if they can, some or all of those issues can be resolved. So what will remain live as of the Thursday meeting, I don't know, but we're going to make one more discussion attempt tomorrow. So
excellent. Is that it? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second?
All in favor? Oh, we have to take a vote.
No, you don't.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Aye. Bye.
This meeting is adjourned. Be safe, everybody.
Good night. Shovel your sidewalks.
Good night.
Oh, I just thought of something, Brandon.
Yes. I just about pressed the button, so you just caught me just in time.
I know, I just saw that. The follow-up on the ethics thing.
That was dismissed.
No action to be taken?
No action to be taken. That was, the board decided no action.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, then I totally misinterpreted that. I took that as a 7-0.
That was unanimous.
Unanimous.
No, I
no
took it as a 7-0 that we were.
No.
No, remember it was kind of reversed because the motion was not to take action.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
great. I guess I was confused. I know we tried to clarify that, but I still misinterpreted it. So
I was
good.
confused
Okay.
a lot tonight, so don't feel like the Lone Ranger.
It just,
Oh, it's
the
just
one-
my
those of you who are
eyes.
here,
This-
listen, I
This
found.
takes a lot of time online.
This is a 1967 municipal code of Silver Creek, Nebraska.
I love
It
it.
is 12 pages, 9 articles.
I mean, that's
We-
great.
11 articles.
We found a few of those from here. Dolores, we have a few of those in our files. They're just little booklets. Yep.
Even Empire has more than that. And they have, I think, 215 ordinances, which are not codified. They're in a book, handwritten, half of them. One is, from 1890 banning airplanes, before or after they were invented, right? It's 1896 or something. The airplanes invented in 1891.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think, or 1904 is right, brother. So sometime around there, but it's like, we are banning airplanes from flying in or over Empire, as if that's enforceable.
And things like your horse must be hitched.
Yep. Oh,
Stuff
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
And-
It's cool stuff.
This one has a firearms discharge in city limits, section 1.
Yeah. Yeah, gunfight should be happening in the middle of town street, not in a public building. So
That's great.
Okay.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Mayor